Whew. Hello everyone, we'll go ahead and get started today. It has been a week. Oh my gosh, let me tell you, it has been an absolutely crazy week. I think I only streamed like once this week, and then it like just went downhill from there. Like, just gonna be completely honest, like this week was just really bizarre. It was fine, everything was great, and then all of a sudden my tooth was like, F you. So I missed like 2 of my streams this week. So, today's goal, I have a few, little things, I need to focus on with this particular panel that we started last time. I did work on it just a little bit, just so I could, like, have something to do while I was awake, because my mouth hurt this morning. It's doing fine now. Like, I waited to start until, like, my pain went away, so that's why I'm just a little bit late, as I was waiting for the pain to stop. Thankfully, like, it wasn't, like, an actual surgery, so, like, I didn't, like, have to, like, get it, like, surgically extracted, like a local anesthetic with plenty, and I'll talk about that in a minute. That was an adventure in itself. Yeah, so I'll work on this page, probably. I'm really excited to get to, like, this particular panel, this one with all the red. I'm really excited to work on that. And then if for some reason I'm incredibly productive today, which I might be because I've missed the last 2 days, and I'm really frustrated that I've missed 2 days worth of work, I might work on this page a little bit, because I'll need to edit this panel here, and then do some more sketching over here to get this ready to ink. So we have a lot to do, you guys. So much stuff to do. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and get started. The majority of the stuff that I want to do here is like fixing the teeth, and I think the line art's a little too thick for those. So I'm gonna be doing some work on the actual, like, the line art part itself to make it more acceptable. So what I'm gonna do is, and while we're waiting for everyone else to get in here, I'm gonna select that part of the line art. And then I'm going to put it on its own layer so that I can kind of use this as the sketch. So I'm actually going to just redraw this inner part of his mouth, just to get it like looking exactly the way that I want it. So I'm going to select around that. I'm going to do a Control X, which is cut. When you do the cut maneuver, which again is just Control or Command X if you're on a Mac, and it'll automatically like copy it to clipboard versus like delete. So I'll usually do like X and then just Control V. It'll put it on its own layer, and then if you come over to, you guys probably can't see this, bring it all the way, maybe you can kind of see it. There's like a layer property panel. You're gonna want to go there, and then if you just click the little button here, it'll make it blue. What's special about the reason why it picks blue, if you don't know why the reason it picks blue, is because it's a specific color, like in comics. It's called non-photo blue or non-repro blue, and it's the same blue that's on paper. Like when you buy like manga paper, that blue, it's called non-photo or non-repro blue. And what's special about this particular shade of blue is it doesn't show when you do a scan with like the right settings. Or if you like just scan it in, it's really easy to just go into like your levels and hue and saturation and all that stuff. And if you take all the color out, that blue will vanish. That's why it's called non-photo or non-repro blues. It's very easy to get rid of. So that's why a lot of times in comics and manga you'll see sketches in like this blue color, and then the ink's usually like right on top of it. So that's why you guys see that. I think it's a pretty neat thing, honestly. Like when I learned that, it blew my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, this is a thing. This is amazing. Why did I not know about this sooner in my life? So I'm gonna bring this sketch layer down here. That way I can sketch on the original line art layer. And I'm not gonna worry about these lines just yet. Actually, I might turn them off, just like temporarily. Alright, let's go back to this layer and we'll put in the new ones. I think sometimes like I get so excited to get work done that I'm not like paying attention to like my actual line art. Because this is a pretty sloppy. This is a pretty sloppy job, like even for me. I'm usually a lot better about that. I mean, I was supposed to make it look like purposely distorted, but even for me, like, that's too much. Like, there's, like, being silly, and then there's just, like, being sloppy. Like, they're different things. I don't know, we'll see how this looks, when I'm done with it. I mean, for the most part, I mean, I guess it could have been fine, but it just didn't look okay to me. I'm also, like, a little unreasonable with myself about that stuff sometimes. Like, no, it's fine. Why are you messing with it? Just let it do the thing. And see, like, the line here for this two, like, didn't even match. So that's why I wanted to come in and redo this one really quick. It should be the line here. Forgot to throw that in there. I like started, at least, yeah, like I started it and then I forgot to like throw it in there. I'm like so tired of thinking about teeth, like I'm not gonna lie y'all. I'm so tired of thinking about them. I don't want to think about teeth anymore. Technically you have like a weird like premolar here. Like they're called bicuspids. I'm so tired of thinking about teeth. I'm ready to be done thinking about teeth. I have actually one more extraction I have to do. And that one should also be like a local anesthetic without having to like do the surgery. So I should be okay when it comes to teeth and stuff. And then I have like a whole bunch of fillings I gotta do. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, this is really janky. I'm gonna do that. Can't line stuff up today. Man, you missed 2 days of drawing and you lose all your skills. Dang. You missed 2 days. We got this like huge eraser. I'm trying to like erase just this tiniest part here. Anyway, so yeah, that's why I feel like it's a good idea to like pay attention to your line width or line, what they call it, line weight. When you have these like really thick lines like outside, especially these really gross hairy lines, and then you have thick lines inside too. I mean, that can be a stylistic choice, but if you don't pay attention to the inner lines, like, you know, like I'm doing with the mouth here, like it's thinner, it's something that will help it stand out like less. It'll make it look more cohesive. It'll make it look more like three-dimensional versus just like using the same line width the entire time. So hopefully that makes sense. So this is what you get for missing a few days. Because my brain is just like trying to get its crap together. All right, let's turn this layer back. Oopsie, that's the wrong layer. I get to find the layer game again. Let's see. Oh yeah, I've got a lot to fix there. Okay. Well, this is a special brush that I use. So I'm actually gonna get rid of this in here, and I'm gonna manually put all that back in. I think it's this one. Oh nope, it is not that one. Oh, I love that it's like literally hidden behind my menu here. Here we go. It's this one. Check this out. Oh, no, it's not that one. Must be this one. Yeah, it's got the vertical lines in it. Okay, cool. So this is a really fun hatching brush that I have. You can literally go in and fill in shapes really quickly. The downside to this is it's not like a smart layer or anything. I do have like a screen tone version of this that I can use as a smart tool if I want to like edit it and stuff. So, alright, so I think that's fine. Oh, I had this down here for shadow. Up here for shadow. I had this in here. Shadow. Let me get rid of, oops, that part. It shouldn't go in the eye. Let's fix that. Alright. Add a little bit of shadow here for like his hair. Make this look more cohesive. I guess, I mean, technically, because he's in shadow with a gradient for already, I'll turn that on so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It's not like a huge deal. So let me throw this in here, clean this up a bit. It's a lot, so yeah, it's a lot less noticeable than it was before. I think it looks better because it's more focused on the shape of his mouth versus like what's in it. I mean, I guess I could, like, if I shaded the whole thing, that would look really weird. Yeah, let me see what the tongue looks like. Maybe the tongue looks better shaded. Let me try taking this out. Sometimes you gotta play around with it a little bit. It's all about contrast and making sure we see the shape. So yeah, I don't like it with the gums wider, because think about it like in contrast, right? So like your mouth is in mostly shadow, and we're looking at creating a contrast to where like you can see everything that's going on, but it doesn't like become distracting. If I were to like again shade the whole thing, it gets pretty distracting. Hey Dustin, what's up? So see, it looks really strange, like, with his mouth all shaded, it looks really weird, so. But if I shade just his gums, his tongue and, like, the back of his mouth, it helps with the contrast of showing, like, his teeth and stuff. I could, like, take the shading out on his teeth, but it's gonna look really weird. I'll actually show you guys. It'll look really silly. I have, like, just his teeth showing. That'll look really weird. Like, it looks like his teeth are glowing now. See how silly that looks? So, sometimes less is more. Keep it simple. Don't have to do, like, all this, like, crazy stuff. How you doing, Dustin? Sorry I missed my stream yesterday. And the day before. I had a really eventful, like, his teeth caused lens flares. I had a really, like, eventful, like, 48 hours. Hi, Miso. Yeah, I know. I'm streaming and you're not up here with me. Well, come here so I can pick you up. There you go. Put you over here. Ooh, careful, Miso. You're about to fall off. Have you seen my Twitter posts at all, or any of my community posts? Had a really, really fun time yesterday. Alright, I'll put this here. Actually, I'm gonna bring this up on my phone really fast so I can have this reference here. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry guys, I'm gonna bring this up really quick. I just like having it up on my phone just so I can make sure everything's working. New timeout links? When is the next Think Like a Mangaka? Hopefully it'll be next week. I'm gonna try to get it out tomorrow. There's no promises on that. I planned on being able to like edit it like last night, but I had like my teeth removed. I had a tooth removed yesterday and I was so tired. The next thing like mangaka is going to be about the different panel types. I already have it recorded. I just need to like double finish up the editing, like the last maybe like 5 minutes of it. So, and then export it. So yeah, my week did not go as planned because I'm trying to do like once a month towards the end of the month, like when I post it, and that didn't happen. I literally broke a tooth Thursday night. How are you doing? Is it Dami King? Dami? I'm sorry. How do I pronounce your name? Whoa, what happened with this text? How did that... Oh, I moved the whole bubble. Miso, I'm right here. Give me a second, babe. Sorry, Miso is my cat. She is suddenly being very demanding. Should probably turn this off. I might get like I might get like ripped on YouTube for having a the word unalived body on my stream in the visual, so I'll just say get the search party ready. I'll hide everything else for right now. Heaven forbid the YouTube gods come down on me. Okay, I think this one is good to go. Oh, I need to clean this up a little bit. I think I have too much debris in here also, so I'll probably get rid of some of this debris. There's a lot of debris in here. Miso, I'm right here, Babs. Yeah. Miso's being very clingy today. Oh, also, like, I went to start streaming today, and it's like, let us automate your ads for you. And I'm like, bruh, I don't do ads. Like, I don't do, like, mid-roll ads when I'm streaming. I mean, I've thought about it, because I know when I used to stream on Twitch, I used to, like, plan my ads. And I'd say, alright guys, like, it's stretch time, or it's, like, break time, like, let's roll an ad. So, like, I've thought about doing it, because I used to do it on Twitch. But I'm not sure how people here would react. So I'll probably put out a like a community post, and I'll see what everybody else thinks. Miso, I'm right here, honey. You don't need to crawl in my lap. Because what I would probably do is I'd probably be like I would let everybody know before it starts. So, because I understand how annoying it is for ads on YouTube. Like, for some reason on YouTube people get really grouchy about them. But, like, on Twitch they're more, like, commonplace and, like, partners and affiliates, like, plan them. So I'm probably going to take a similar approach with my ads here on YouTube. But, again, I'm live. Like, why should I add ads? People are here to watch me, not watch ads. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I'm still thinking about how I want to handle that. Because, like, my revenue is down because I cut my memberships. But that's okay, because, like, I'm going to bring them back. I just have them off temporarily. But I, like, get my butt together. Miso, you just want to... Miso, no, honey, I can't cuddle with you right now. I actually have a whole bunch of, like, Think Like a Mangaka recorded. I've got one about margins, I've got one about bleeds, like, so, like, margins and bleeds in the sense of, like, bleeds as in, like, how you handle them, like, in Clip Studio, like, how you can set them up and stuff. I have one, that's about... listen really quick. I have one that's, let's see, which ones have I recorded? Let me write this out because I'm gonna forget. So, let's see, the ones that I have recorded are about, can I get my brush? So, just so you guys know, like, what's coming up, let me actually write this here in the center, so it's out of the way. Yeah, you can see, like, I have this margin here, I was using this page as an example. So, I have, like, margins, bleeds, as one video. I have the panel types, some basic, like, panel types. So things like masku, ma, naname goma, mise goma, hiki goma, makuri goma, like, I have that kind of stuff. Oh, what else did I record? Oh, I did another, like, line art video. And then the one that I really am excited to do, I just need to finish writing the script for, just screentones. That video, like, some of you, like, a lot of people know me from my screentone video that I made, which was ironically a live stream. Like, it's, like, the most popular live stream. I don't know if it's the live stream version that took off, or if it was, like, the edited and, like, uploaded version that took off. But I have a screentone video that always did really well, and, like, Clip Studio has changed a lot since then, so I'm redoing that video. So, like, if you guys have anything else, like, specifically that you guys would like me to do, like, please, like, leave a comment either below if you're watching this after the fact, or if you're live here, like let me know what you guys want to see. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put that, I'm gonna put that in here where this image is. So let me actually add that text really quick. That way, I can take your guys' suggestions while I'm streaming, because I have my notes right here. So let me actually add that text really fast. Text suggestion is what I'm gonna call it. can't type today. Okay, so let me get this placed really quick, you guys. Sorry. Oh look, that fits perfectly! Oh yeah, lettering skills. Let me... I wish I could center. Can I center this? Because that looks awful. Alignment, yep, center. Ah! Okay, there we go. I did not. I'm a letterer, okay? Like, I'm really good at guessing. I'm guessing. I'm just used to, like, looking at stuff and, like, estimating what it needs to look like. It's what happens when you're actually good at your job. You got skills. So don't touch my phone, goober. Okay, let's start working on the next one. So I guess I could work on this one. This one would go pretty quick. Alright, so this is the sketch. So I'll probably go ahead and copy the wings over. Let me see here. Actually, I'm gonna copy this. I'll take this off. And then I'll let me flatten this. Brain suddenly forgot how to flatten things. We're selecting layers. Alright. I think so, yeah. I think her foot here, and her wings will overlap it. Like, only this front part of the wing will, her primaries will. And I think her foot will, that way it looks more that way it looks 3D, like a panel break. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy the part of it that I want to keep, and then I'll redraw the rest. Which is this part. Oh no, tangent! Her elbow lines up with the edge of the panel. Oh my god. Can I just do this? Yeah, I don't see why I can't do it for this particular one. I think that kind of looks kind of neat, to be honest. Kind of a bummer, because, like, I clipped off part of the wing here. Actually, we'll just do this then. Because I should still have it. Yep, here it is. I mean, it'll be really easy to throw all this back in, so... I just don't want to have to draw more than I have to. There we go, so I don't have to think about it. So basically it'll look like this. That way it's like a really dynamic look. I think it'll look good. Something like that. Alright, now let's go ahead and add this part in and we'll merge it so I don't have to redraw it. The less I have to redraw, the better. I don't mind redrawing some of this though. If you guys don't recognize this, this is from an earlier drawing that I did a couple years ago, and I just really loved this pose that I did for Rin, so I'm recycling it. I just really liked it. I'm actually going to add a second layer to this, just so I can like draw the wings, like have the wings and her on like their own layer. And the reason, like, also, I'm not going to make this super detailed, because I want this to be sort of like, I just want to show her silhouette, in this particular one. Actually, let me make sure this, let me actually do a really quick sketch here just to make sure this looks good, shape-wise. I'm not sure about the shape I have here for her. Okay, here's this here. What you doing, Miso? What? What? You cannot be in my lap, baby. If you're gonna be in my lap, you're gonna be under the keyboard. Is that a deal? Okay. That's the deal. Looks like she's okay with that. Miso, Miso, Miso. If you guys don't know who Miso is, I will show you. Miso is my super adorable kitty. So she was just chirping just a minute ago if you guys heard her. So she's very much like, let me be in your lap, pay attention to me. What? Well, are you gonna jump down or are you gonna be in my lap? She doesn't know what she wants. Miso, Miso. You need to settle down so I can focus, Bab. Babs? Babs? Alrighty, well, don't get mad at me then if I don't pet you because you jumped down. Alright, so for Rin, I've changed her facial structure just a little bit. She doesn't have two horns anymore, she just has the one. So we'll count this my sketch layer here. Actually, I think my brush is too big, so I'm gonna move on to a smaller brush. Well, I'm also gonna make this red so that I can see it a little bit better. I meant multiply. You can tell I did this really, like, a long time ago, and it was traditional too, so it was a traditional sketch. Sorry if you guys are colorblind. I usually use red and blue for my sketching. Actually, I'm gonna flip this canvas, just because I work better when faces face this way, and hopefully it'll work out. It's a little too big. Oof, my goodness. Just realized how messed up this was once I finally flipped it. Shoulder's too low. Actually, let me grab this. Should be able to just move this whole thing up. On layer 32, yeah. Dustin, you know I don't name my layers. It should be an expectation at this point. It's okay, it'll bite me later. It always does. Right, and Rin uses a Mongolian grip, so the arrow here is being held by her thumb. So in the Mongolian grip, what happens is, it's like here's her thumb here. There's a ring that you can wear, and I used to do this when I was doing archery. There's a ring that you can put on, and essentially like that little ring sliver is all that's holding the bow. It's a very good way to like keep your hand relaxed, and that way you only have to like relax your thumb and you can fire the arrow. The other thing that's really beneficial is you can hold other arrows like here, and it's really easy to reload really quickly. It's typically more common in like horseback archery, but I learned it when I was learning archery. And I found it great on my hands because it's really hard to like release 3 fingers at the same time rather than releasing 1 or relaxing 1 finger to fire. It's a much easier process, and so I thought I would make my characters do that. And I've had some people, like when I'm sharing it on Reddit, go, "Your finger grip is wrong," and I'm like, "No, bitch." Like, it's called a Mongolian grip. Like, you're showing me how uneducated you are. And that's okay, like, you know, I don't expect everyone to know these things. Alright, I forgot what type of clothes Rin was wearing. Let me bring up a reference of Rin really quick, and I'll throw it in my, subtool here. Do I have one? Of course you're gonna autosave when I'm flipping through images. Yep, there it goes, autosave. There it goes, all done. Let's see, do I have a picture of Rin? Oh, no, I don't. Alright, let me, that's Fale. Let me open one. So I can have that here as reference. My apologies, I was not prepared today. I actually didn't plan on drawing Rin today. So let me just bring in a page so I can see what she's wearing. Export. Chapter 2, I think, has her as the cover, so let's go grab that. Has a full body of her. Yeah. This is Rin. Like R-E-N. It's pronounced the same as Wren, like the bird. So, do I have a video on mood boards or character design? Not yet, actually. Character design is my weakest aspect, to be completely honest with you, so that's not something I feel comfortable making a video on yet. Mood boards is something that I've not thought about making a video on, but that's a really great suggestion. Let me add it to the list. Thank you for the suggestion. If I can speak English today. Let me turn this back. Let me add this to the list here. With mood boards, I do have a suggestion though, like off the top of my head that I can give you. There's a really cool software that you can download called PureRef. And I'll actually show you, I'll show you my mood boards. I don't think I'm a good person to speak on character design. I mean, I can like offer a video on how I went and designed my characters, but I'll show you this app called PureRef. Since you've asked, just to kind of show you like how it works. Let's see here. Let me put it on a different screen. Let's see. We want. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, I might. No, I don't have one. We'll do window capture. I'm gonna make this PureRef. That way I'll have it for the future. My apologies, guys. Okay, cool. Alright, so right now there's nothing open. You guys can't see anything here. But if I click load, I'll load one that I was working. I'll load Aros's just so you guys can kind of see. Like how I do them. So this is how I organize my mood boards. Let's see. Alright, so this is... Oopsie, I forgot it's a alt in here. Let me make sure it loads. Is it not gonna load? PureRef... Okay. Oh, it's not loading. That's really weird. Huh. That's weird. Why is it not loading? Okay, let me try just a display capture maybe. That's really dumb. It's not showing anything. That's fine. Alright, we'll do a window capture just so that I can get it to work here. Or, I mean, display capture, sorry. I think it's a really, really amazing tool. Display... This one. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. So this is PureRef. What's really cool about it is you can sort of just like collect all your images, and the way that I plan this is I have like I collect like my favorite art of my characters, and the navigation's a little different. Like Alt is your spacebar here. So what I'll do is I'll collect like my favorite artwork that I've done of the character, and then I'll collect things that I think are like what kind of like how would they have their space. What does their environment look like? What sort of things do they collect? Aros is a botanical type person. So yeah, PureRef, exactly. But it's, yeah, PureRef. What's really neat about it is you can, like, add images to it. So, for example, if I want to put in an image here, all I had to do is, well, actually, I'll show you. Let me bring one up and I'll drag one in. Sorry, that's work stuff. Let's see. Like I'll just bring something like innocuous in so you guys can see what I mean. So sort. Okay, so like say I wanted to bring in like a headshot or something. I can just take this, I can bring it in, and then I can resize it, place it wherever I want. I can even like layer them on top of each other, so like if I only want to show like certain parts of it, it's really, really handy. And I can bring in things that like fit his aesthetic. You can organize it in any way you like. I have it set up so like all the stuff over here is like my past artwork of him, including down here. I have artwork up here that's like his workspace, how does his house look, how does his workspace look. Fun little like lo-fi girl thing that I did. And then I have artwork that makes me think of Aros, sort of like he's a water-based user, so he uses a lot of water, and like these two images really reminded me of him. He also, since he does botanicals, he's really big with like flowers, and like maybe some like these artworks like remind me of him. None of these are things that I like copy from, they're just things that make me think of Aros, so I can understand like his vibe, his aesthetic, you know, maybe something that gives me an idea for more artwork. Whoops, sorry, wrong button. I hate when I do that. So yeah, that's kind of how I manage my mood boards. Let me load another. I hate that I do that. I'm so used to the space bar being like the hand tool to move things around, but it's Alt in here and I still messed that up. So I'll load another one. Just so you guys can see, I'll load Amats. Amat is my villain character. Save. So you can only load one at a time. That's kind of sucky. I don't have a lot for Amat. I'm still actually working on his design. So what I did is I grabbed the artwork that like makes me think of Amat. Amat's beast form is based on these types of birds. So I grabbed a couple that I thought looked really cool and kind of spicy looking. I also grabbed like some artwork that might be like what type of clothing he might wear, what kind of facial expressions he might make. I love the aesthetic of this one, like cool, spooky, glowing in the dark, da 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 da. So I thought that might be kind of neat. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of cool. And eventually I'll be making mood boards for like environments. So that I can, like, when I'm drawing, for example, like a bamboo forest, I might put in a whole bunch of, like, imagery of bamboo, like bamboo roots, like baby bamboos, tall bamboos, bamboo branches, stuff that lives in bamboo forests, so that I can go, oh yeah, like, I need to make sure I draw that too. So there's all sorts of, like, ways that you can use something like this. Oops. Load. Let me find another one. Maybe... Oh, here's a fun one. So here's Auk, which is another character. I don't think I made any changes. Auk is a really strange character, so this one here is the only one that's like actually my artwork of him. I really loved like the ghosty spirit concept, but I also really loved foo dogs, and so I wanted to like keep in mind some ideas on like what he might look like. I also had an idea that he might have like flame around his head, and I thought that might be kind of neat. So yeah, I just collect stuff that makes me think of my characters, either by colors or like just the way something is done. Like the tail here, I really loved how this tail here was solid and then like it turned into like a huge amount of fluff. I really loved that. I also really liked how like on this one the flame kind of like comes out of the top of the head. I thought that was kind of cool. Here's like that tail again. I really liked that. I like the shape of this one. Like, it's obviously not a cat, it's not a dog, it's kind of like other stuff. Yeah, so I just thought this would be kind of fun to, like, this is basically how I, like, collect inspiration and ideas, is I just have, like, a massive document and I throw them in. This one is because, foxes have, like, different color morphs, and ox species has a similar thing where they have different color morphs. And so I wanted to, like, because they're foxes, I wanted to be like, okay, well, what do different fox morphs look like? So I just went ahead and grabbed, like, this graph that has the variety of different morphs that I can consider. That way they all don't end up looking the same. So, yeah, that's how I don't think I have any environment-based ones. I guess I could make one really quick just to, like, show you guys basically how it works. So let me go to new scene. Don't save. Alright, so this one's... Oopsie. Alright, so this one's empty. I'm going to go grab like some environment stuff and I'll just kind of show you like how the import works basically. So let me go to my maps. So I have like another screen. You guys can't see what I have on that screen. But I have like a secondary screen like just off here. So I have like so much stuff. So references, maps and models. So basically like here's what I would do. Let me grab my actual map here. So basically, I'll just drag it in, it'll bring this in here, and then I can move it, I can resize it, I can do like all that good stuff. Here's another example where like, for example, like Krakatoa actually happens a few years before Godsbane does, and so I wanted to know like how close would Nor be to Krakatoa. And it's relatively close, actually. So, like, Krakatoa is here, and Nor is right here, and so technically, they probably would have felt the impact, or at least heard it. So that's kind of like a fun, silly little thing that I'm like, oh yeah, I should definitely consider that. And this can get a little unruly sometimes. When you have, like, so much stuff. I also did, like, a 3D map. So, for example, I would definitely bring in that 3D map. Just right here. I think I can resize this. No, I don't think I can crop something. If I can, I haven't learned how to do that yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can do that. Yeah, that's okay. So what I'll do here instead is I'll just boop. I'll just put this in here. Keep forgetting it's Alt, not spacebar. So I can put that here. And I'll just drag in more images. So, and then here's like a 3D look of the spacebar. Throw this in here. Actually, I'll move this down here, and I'll put this up here. Resize it. So basically, yeah, this is how this works. It's really neat. It's awesome. I absolutely adore it. Yeah. I guess I'll put in a couple more just so you guys can kind of see what I mean with, like, placements and stuff. I don't know. Hopefully you guys get the point. So, I mean, I have, like, I also, you guys will like this. So, this is how I do maps of the area, is I just basically, like, collage this crap together. So I know, like, what the maps of my villages are gonna look like. I do this as, like, a start, and then once I feel comfortable with, once I feel comfortable with these, then I go in and actually make 3D models of them. Because I don't want to do all that work. I hate making 3D models, and I suck at it. It's not a fun experience for me. And so, like, I'll go in and make these really janky looking models. Let's see. I don't think I have anything else here. Nah, I don't. That's okay. Oh, wait. Refs. Okay, so, like, nature, water. So, like, a lot of Noir looks like this. So, like, I'll just bring in, like, photos of, like... Actually, I'll delete this one. You know, bring in, like, what does the island actually look like? You know, like, what are some... Like, what kind of scenes would be common around here? So this would probably be, like, my environment-based one. Where I can actually see, like, what the actual, like, makeup of the island is. And what the beaches look like. And what kind of rocks are there. Especially for different areas. So I might make, like, a general one like this. Or I might just have one giant one. And then just, like, organize it by area. So, like, all of this would be... So, for example, these here would be down this area here, most likely. Or, like, generally around the island. But it probably would be more of, like, the south region. Based on, like, the type of, like, island makeup that's here. So, and then stuff like this, where it's, like, really, really low water, would be this area down here, probably. Or maybe, like, some of the smaller islands in here. So, like, I have so many references that I've been, like, collecting over the years. So, yeah. That's why I like PureF, is I can just compile everything all into one. So now that I'm done, I'll just click Save. Save As. And I can put it where I want it. So, I'll do... Godsbane, refs. This would be maps and models. I'll just put it in here. I'll call it environments, all, save, and that's it. Super duper cool. That's all it is. I have a lot more images, but I gotta get back to drawing, so hopefully that makes sense to you guys. So it works really good for, like, drawing, like, environments and characters and just having, like, all of your references on one screen. And what's really cool is, like, at any time you can click on one, move it, rearrange it, resize it, whatever. Yeah, it would've. And that's something that I was thinking about, is I'm like, now that I know that, like, how can I get away with that? Because I hadn't even considered it. Krakatoa was 1880 something. Let me see. I forget what year it was. What year? 1883, and Godsbane is in 1891. That's when it's, like, that's when the story actually starts. But Fale dies in 1885. So I'm thinking, like, maybe I can incorporate Krakatoa, like, some way into, like, the actual storyline and have it be, like, everyone thought it was, like, an omen, that something bad was gonna happen. But I'm thinking, like, because Pon, so where Pon lives, he lives, actually, he lives in the ocean between Krakatoa and the island itself. So my theory is he probably would have done something to, like, disperse the wave. He is the god of the sea, by the way. So, like, I would think, in theory, he would have known about it, like, instantly when it happened, and would have been able to do something about it. So, that's my theory, anyway. But yeah, Damien, I hope that answers your question. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Okay, hang on one second, guys. My brain is... Yeah, sorry. I tend to do that. This would come up here. Two sec there. Oh, I imagine, yeah. Supposedly the sound was heard as far away as India. So definitely, they would have heard it. If I remember correctly, the sound was heard that far away. So I imagine they heard it. How you doing, JMB? Oh boy, now I get to do a bow. Fantastic. I did this to myself. I shouldn't be complaining. I really should just like start doing something with like a white blob in outline. That way it doesn't. Here, just oh, this is when she had a different type of bow. Shoot, this is the old style of bow. Might have to. She doesn't have the Kudo style bow anymore. It's okay, I mean this is mostly going to be in shadow, so this one won't particularly matter that much. Because of that, I'm not really going to put that much work into this. Yeah, I need to do more research on that specifically to see like how it would have affected everything. That was something that I only like realized recently, was that like that happened at that time. I didn't even like, I for some reason thought Krakatoa was like a lot sooner than that. A duck walk up lemonade stand. I feel like I've heard this before. Are you selling any grapes? Lost the layer that I was on, you guys. There it is. I said normal, ding dong. Alright, so here's the foot here. She does have her shoes. So let me draw in her shoes really quick. Gosh, I hate this like perception that like shoes have to be pointy-toed. That's so bad for your feet. So bad for your feet. Alrighty. I basically am just tracing over my sketch from before, so I'm like making quick work of this part. Alright, so here's this part right here. This comes in like right here, so the foot's right here. So I'm just gonna do this and make my life a lot easier, because I ain't got the time for this. I have no patience for this. Here's that. I don't have the patience for this. Alright. Alright, I can probably get rid of that now. Yeah. Oh, I've got another arm. Alright, let me double check. This is the chain. So this comes in here. Elbow. Let's see. Turner's really read sunsets after the N War too, yeah. What is this music? It's this particular song that you're listening to is Winter Breath by Adrian Von Ziegler. I'll write it out for you. Ziegler? Is it Ziegler? I should probably know how to pronounce his name if I'm gonna be having his music. The album is the complete discography, and it's number. Let me grab the number for you. It's number 21. There you go. So if you want to go find it, like that's specifically like it's on the complete discography, and it's number 21. I'm sure it's on some of his other albums, but I'm not sure. Like which one, like what other ones. I just bought the complete discography. I need to reload it into my media player though, because for some reason it only loaded like the first 20 or so. So, yeah, weird. Anyway, let's see. Do you think manga is structured too similar now? Do you mean like, are they too similar to each other? Is that what you're meaning? Or like too similar to what? Like before I answer your question. I think this arm is a little too long, to be completely honest with you. So let me... Layouts? No. No, not at all. if you think that, you're not reading enough variety of manga. Like, that would be my assumption, is like what do you read? Do you only read stuff from Shonen Jump? Do you only read stuff from, like, Kodansha? Like, I feel like if you read a wide variety of manga, you'll see that there's a huge difference in the way they panel, like, especially from, like, shoujo to shonen. Like, just those two alone, wide variety of layouts. Especially if you go then to things like Gekiga, which are, like, really dramatic things. They tend to have these really nice, big, cinematic type paneling. And that's incredibly different. Like, the paneling, what was that? Mama Yu or something? Like, is completely different. Like, that paneling is amazing. Witch Hat Atelier has beautiful paneling that completely stands out from everything else. So I think it's more like, what are you reading that you feel like the layouts are all the same? I read a wide variety of things. I read everything from, like, shoujo, josei, seinen, like, I even read some, like, kodomo manga, you know, like Doraemon, Yotsuba, you know, so, like, reading, like, a wide variety of manga will, like, help you have, like, a wider experience. So I don't know what type of manga you read, but I don't know, it feels like most people I talk to don't read a lot. Can you all hear me? It told me that the chat disconnected. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure you guys are all good. Maybe my internet's being weird. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I did the same thing on my phone, so I'm not sure what's up. I just want to make sure it wasn't my internet being dumb. Alright, did you guys miss any of what I was saying? Uh-oh. Let me... Yeah, that's weird. Buzz in right ear, clicking in left ear. Okay, let me try moving my mic around. Maybe the electronic device I put near my phone was making it. Okay, that's what it was. Aw, thank you for the like. Oh yeah, that's a good reminder. Thank you. I had my phone sitting next to the mic, and I should have known better, because electronic device near electronic device. I moved my phone, like, temporarily, and just set it there for a second, and I didn't even think about that, so sorry, guys. I should have known better. But yeah, if you guys would, please leave a like. I appreciate it. If you guys aren't already subscribed, like, feel free to subscribe and hit the bell. That way you guys don't miss my future streams. So... yeah, then I would definitely, like, I would read a wider variety of manga, because, like, if you only read shonen, like, you're gonna only see shonen stuff. Like, I actually was just having this conversation earlier today, like, on Twitter, like, if you are only reading shonen, you're only getting, like, the tiniest sliver of manga that's out there, plus the manga that, like, actually gets translated into English and brought over here is, like, mostly the same stuff. Like, it's all, like, battle adventure shonen, yay! And then, like, shoujo and josei and a lot of seinen actually gets left behind. So, like, that's not as popular, it's not as promoted as well. So, like, if you want to read a wider variety and see a better variety of, like, layouts and stuff, like, go read more manga. Go read more diverse manga. Like, Miura-sensei, like, he loved shoujo. He loved it. He was really, like, Berserk was inspired a lot by shoujo. So, like, go read some shoujo. Like, even Miura himself loved it. So, like, and shoujo isn't just romance. It's, like, Yona of the Dawn, Red River, Basara? Oh my gosh. It's like, it's rough and tough, gonna beat the hell out of you kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, go read more shoujo. Go read josei. Go read some seinen. Go read some gekiga. So, I think you'll find there's a really good variety out there, but you have to be willing to try it. And if you need some recommendations, like, there's really, really good, like, subreddits. Like there are subreddits for shoujo, josei, all that stuff. Like, if you like adventure type stuff, I would start with Red River and Yona of the Dawn. Those are really good ones that are kind of like are more like cater, or that would probably cater a little bit better towards like someone who's used to shonen. So I would start with those two. You know, those probably be good places to start. Basara would be another one. It's an older manga, so like if you're more into the older stuff, I would definitely look at Basara. Like, just be warned though, it's a rough ride. It's not a happy story. I think just in general her arm is too long. There's like a lot of really, really good stuff out there. You just gotta be willing to like give it a shot. Because I know a lot of people that are like, ew, shoujo, this is for girls! And it's like, I mean, technically you're not wrong, but that doesn't mean that like guys can't enjoy it. Yes! That's a good one too. I don't know anything about Train Man, but Shadow House is really good. Banana Fish and Nana are really good too. Nana is more josei, I think, though. And I mean, there's always classics like Fushigi Yugi, which is adventure-like. It's definitely more adventure-like. I mean, the romance is pretty thick in Fushigi Yugi, but it doesn't like, I don't think it dominates the story. It's just like a big plot device. So that one might be too much for you, especially like the art style. Yu Watase is like very, 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 very shoujo, like very typical shoujo artwork. But it's a really good series, and like there's battle and there's betrayal and like there's a lot of drama in it. Like for me it was exciting to read. I really liked that one. Nana I'm not super far into, but I've liked what I've read so far. So I'm only like into the first book, so I need to read a lot more, but like again, I really liked it. I also really, really did enjoy Yona of the Dawn. Like it's a really brutal series. It's not like super shoujo-y. Even the artwork isn't like super shoujo-y. If you know what I mean, like the stereotypical like shoujo. Sorry guys, I'm waiting on autosave. There it goes. That was a long autosave. Yeah, I love Fushigi Yugi. It's one of my favorites. I'm gonna shorten her arm here a little bit. I need to straighten her arm too. You don't want it to be too straight, otherwise you're gonna like F up your arm when you fire. The Good Cleric has been good so far. Yeah, I'm not sure if King is into like romance stuff, but you could definitely like drop some recommendations if you like. Just be careful, you can't drop links, and like only I can drop links, so just be careful. I don't want you being pinged by the YouTube gods. Yona, Y-O-N-A. Basara, Red River. Yeah. Those are my three favorites of like, I think Basara is more josei. It's pretty rough. And then, oh, I know, a lot of people aren't super fond of it, but Sailor Moon is a really good one as well. The manga is completely different than the anime, because in the anime they cut out so much, because at the time it came out, like, Sailor Moon is really brutal. It's really brutal. There's a lot of like, because I don't want to spoil it, but like the ending was so brutal that they had to censor it when they brought it here to the States. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Is because I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't read the manga. It was so yeah, they had to censor the F out of it. They also had to censor the fact that two of the Sailor Scouts were actually dating, and in the English version they like made them cousins, but they were actually not related and they were dating. Because, you know, they were girls. They were a gay couple, and so they censored it in the States. You know, so, like, there's that part, too. So, I would definitely, like, if you're interested in reading, like, tokusatsu type stuff, I would definitely look into, like, Sailor Moon. But I know not everyone is into, like, tokusatsu, and when they think of Sailor Moon, they think of, like, really super feminine, girly stuff, and there is that element of romance. But I do think it's not as soft as people give it, like, or it's not as tough as people give it credit for. Like, or I mean, sorry, like, it's portrayed as being really feminine and soft and girly, but it really isn't. Alright, now what part of her hair... Okay, it's on this side. Really? Okay. And it was, well, yeah. I haven't done the rainbow stuff yet. So if you liked the rainbow, I would definitely look into the original one. And what's really cool is the mangaka for Sailor Moon married Togashi, who does Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu Hakusho. So, like, it's kind of neat. If you like Togashi, like, read the manga that his wife did. Togashi is one of my favorites. They're cousins. That's why they were so close. Yep, definitely cousins. Definitely not lovers. We can't have that in 90s America. Well, 80s and 90s America. We can't have that. Dude, yo, do you remember the riot that happened when Avatar Korra kissed Asami? Like, do you remember? Oh my gosh, it's an LGBTQ kiss on Nickelodeon. How scandalous. Do you guys remember that? I remember when that happened. And it was so, like, oh my gosh. And people like to crap on it for, like, how rushed it was, but it's like, his funding got cut. Because he didn't want to cut that part. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the team believed in what they were doing, and, like, they took the penalty for it. Because they believed in not cutting it. Yeah, it did, yeah. That's why, the last season of Korra looks so cheap. Because it was. Because they lost so much of their funding, because they refused to take that part out. See, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't even understand until I was, like, in high school that, like, gay people were really a thing. Like, my family was incredibly conservative, and so, like, that was evil, evil, evil stuff when I was a kid, right? So, like, yeah. That was something that I really wasn't exposed to that much. And, like, as an example, okay, y'all, like, here's how bad it was for me. Like, I had a crush on this guy. I'm not gonna say his name, like, just out of respect to him, but, like, I had a super crush on him for years and years and years and years. And I asked him out to prom. And when I was an upperclassman, he was an underclassman. I was a junior, he was a freshman, I think, or sophomore. No, he was a sophomore, he was a year below me. So, like, he couldn't get into, like, the upperclassman prom, but he could, like, once I asked him. And, like, I got all dressed up, and, like, we went out to dinner, and it was great. And then, like, when we got to the prom, he was like, oh, thanks, I'm gonna go dance with, like, my boyfriend now. And I was floored. I was like, what? You didn't know? You're gay? I had no idea. And everyone was looking at me like, how did you not know? And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't even, like, I knew they existed, but I had no idea, like, yeah, I was just really dense as a kid. So I missed all of those things. I missed, like, and, like, now looking back as, like, an adult, and, I know things now, I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I not notice? I'm dense as hell, guys. I'm so dense. Like, I'm denser than lead. I would sink in salt water. That's how dense I am. Yeah, they did give hints throughout, and I thought it was good. I liked it, and I was like, for what they had to deal with, I think they did a good job. But a lot of people just hated on it because, oh, it was so rushed. But they didn't know. They didn't know what the situation was, so. And like, you can't expect everyone to keep up with that kind of stuff. I don't think so. I mean, because there's always casual fans and you just don't know those things. It's like, I'm not gonna blame them for not knowing. Alright, and her satchel of arrows is over here. Hangs this way. I'm only gonna draw in like a rough silhouette here because that's all I need is the silhouette. That's right, she has her earrings, which I'm probably gonna simplify, to be honest. Probably just bring it down to one feather. Yeah, they would be, yeah. That's crazy to me, like, people get so upset over something so innocuous. It's like, you know, they're just trying to push it on us, and no, those people actually exist, like... You mad? Like, these people actually exist? You know, like, they're not mythical unicorns. I don't know. I haven't watched, Witch Watch. I mean, I haven't read it, sorry, brain derp. It's a really long arrow now that I'm thinking about it. She probably pulled it back way too far. That's okay. We don't need to worry about details like that. What am I, supposed to be good at my job? Oh, I don't know why I drew it like that. It's supposed to be this way. Imagine that, me being good at this. This actually probably would be pretty tight. Alright, there's a thing at the top. This would be up here. And then this would come down here. Nice little spiral this way. Get it? It kind of looks like a Nike. I put the date on purpose because I thought it was being cheeky. Now let's get her shirt in here. I'm probably gonna tighten this up, to be honest, y'all. I don't like having to draw loose clothing. I don't like it. I also don't imagine her being like super busty either. And I'm also not here to make fan service, so people can deal with that. Here's the collarbone cage right here. I'm not here to make busty women, I'm here to make a manga. I don't read gag manga, I don't read comedies, I don't really like comedies that much. Maybe that makes me weird, but actually this boob is too low. I'll keep the design of it being like split down the middle though. Maybe like have a chain here, just to give it something kind of fun, like a unique shape here. Maybe it like starts up here. Alright, and then her wrist brace. Sorry guys, I'm having difficulty today. I don't know why. Alright, and then her... I'm gonna probably simplify her neck tattoo, because I don't have time to like do this really complicated thing all the time. I don't have time to be drawing this like super complicated thing. Actually, out of curiosity, what are all of your guys' favorite manga? Let's just talk about our favorite manga for a little bit. We'll just have some chill, fun conversation. While I figure out what I want her neck tattoo to look like, because I didn't plan it, so FMA, nice. All right, so here's her jaw. So these come up here. Let me see what kind of ideas I can get here. I didn't plan this, and I really should have before I started. All right, so we've got 2 lines, and I think we'll put in like snake bites here on the bottom, so on the inside instead of the outside. So come down here. My idea is that so Rin is from a different time period. She's a really old person as far as like how long she's been around, so she definitely has a slightly different culture than the modern people that are alive and on the island today. Vinland Saga is pretty good. I like that one. Plus Makoto, he's such a sweetie. He seems really nice. Like, I haven't like personally met him yet, but like all the like person-to-person interactions I've seen from him of like with fans and stuff have been like pleasant. The original Dragon Ball, yes! I love the original Dragon Ball. That was so good. Let me... I don't think I have a... I don't have a... pure ref for Rin yet. Let me browse through some of my brushes and I'll find an idea. I'm willing to, like, design her on the fly, to be completely honest. I really like the diamonds here. Maybe I can like do something with that. Interesting, Saint Seiya. I haven't heard that in a while. Saint Seiya is pretty... it's pretty prolific. Like, well, I'm not to say that like I haven't heard it. I just haven't heard someone like mention it in a while. I like the idea that she might have like an eye or something here. Like maybe it looks like an eye. I could see her doing something like that. Maybe it's like thinner. Maybe it gets thinner. I feel like diamond's like a little strange. I like the idea of this though. This part I like. Well, why don't we just do that then? Why don't we just have just that? But we'll do it the opposite way. I mean, it's kind of arrow-like, which would fit her really well. So this starts this way. Let me just copy that then. I think the lines can be thinner though, so let's do that. Let's make the lines thinner. I want something that I can like easily draw really quick, rather than like the crazy complicated design that I had. And then I can do like one final one. Trying to think of like what she would have. Like what would Rin do? Versus like what I think looks good. Shaman King, people absolutely do talk about Shaman King. The problem with Shaman King is it was cut out of Jump sooner than it was cut out of Jump before it was actually finished. And it like fell out of public eye like in the early like 2010s, like or sooner, like mid 2010s. Like it fell out of the eye because it was never finished. And so a lot of people abandoned it and didn't know that it was actually finished. So a lot of people didn't even know. So I think that was the problem with Shaman King. Fooly Cooley is really awesome. I like the artwork of Fooly Cooley. I think this will work because it could look like a tree, it can look like an arrow. I feel like this is something that Rin would definitely wear. The thing is, though, is the tattoo would actually be done a little differently. Because here's the center of her throat. So this would be slightly twisted. So here would be the point. Let me do this. Here's the point. And then these get thinner as it goes up. Or, I mean, they get shorter. Our teacher in high school used to complain about how detailed my stuff was, so she would usually have me draw with my non-dominant hand to try to get me to simplify it. Huh. That sounds really silly. I almost failed my high school art class. Okay, cool. Alright, I'll be sure to put I'll save the sketch for sure. There we go. Cool. And Rin only has one horn this time. She only gets one. Actually, I think I might make it the horn on the other side of her face, just so that it feels like there's more balance. So let me redraw this in based on her face. Okay, here's the middle. And then she has like this feather, like she has a single feather in her ear. I thought about giving her Kagura style earrings, like, you know, like they're like this with like a feather on the end or something. I'm about doing stuff like that as like an homage, but I guess I could do something like, I guess I could do something similar but different. Maybe like this instead. That might be kind of neat. What do you mean you don't like slash panels? Like when, like this? Stuff like that? Unfortunately, like, that's a really super basic panel type. So, like, if you keep reading Fist of the North Star, you're gonna see a ton of those. Unfortunately. I mean, that's just a really basic panel type. So that's called a naname panel. When you have a panel like this, where they have like straight edges, like 90-degree corners, those are called masagu panel, masagu koma. So they're like straight, literally straight panel, straight frame. And then you have stuff that's like this. And these are called naname. Oopsie. Name. Koma. So, like, speed panel. And, like, the idea of these is that you have, like, speed and action and, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's the, like, the idea behind those two different types of panels. And, like, they're really important to have because if you have, like, this action and, like, Dragon Ball is, like, a perfect manga for this. Fist of the North Star as well, but like any real action manga, like the reason why they do that is to show speed, to show like power, like dynamic energy. Like that's a really normal part of manga. So like if that's, I'm kind of, actually I'm really curious that you don't like that, but yet you're a shonen reader. It's interesting. I'm not criticizing you, I've never heard that before. I've never heard someone say they don't like naname panels before. So that's interesting. Is there like a reason? Like what makes you... Whoopsie. Like what makes you feel that way? Is it that like it makes it too hard to understand like what panels are next? Yeah, diagonal panels, yeah. Like I'm curious like what the reasoning is. Alright guys, we're gonna start inking. Yay! Yay, inking. Alright, now the majority of this panel is gonna be in black, but I want the practice of drawing her completely so that I can get to know her character. So, if you don't mind, I will go ahead and draw the whole thing. I'm gonna temporarily turn this down. I don't know why I'm asking permission to draw my own manga the way that I want to. Aros actually has a similar shirt. His doesn't have the V-cut though, that hers does. Hi, Miso! What? You wanna be up here with me? Miso, Miso! What? Well, I can't hold you and pet you, baby. I have to work. Come on. Get in your bed. Get in your bed. Go. Get in your bed. No, you're not sitting in my lap. There you go. Good girl, Miso. Good job. We give you pets because you did what I told you to. Good job. Good job, Miso. I'm trying to retrain her to sit in her bed and, like, not on my arms while I'm trying to draw. So I'm rewarding her. Good job, Miso. Good job. Yeah, you can lay on my elbow if you like. Even though that's my bad elbow, you can lay on it. Sorry, I just moved a bunch of my brushes around, so I'm like trying to find them. I'm gonna quickly outline this so that it looks the same. Oh, I didn't answer the question. My favorite manga is Yu Yu Hakusho. I really love FMA, Inuyasha, and Berserk, though. Well, that's because they tend to focus on different things. Like, seinen tends to be more like psychological thriller, like more of like the mental heavy stuff. Like, they're meant to be different things. Like, in my personal experience reading them, maybe you guys would disagree. At least that's my experience reading seinen. That's fair. I saw that message. I understand what you mean, though. I think it's kind of fair. It's okay to not like that kind of stuff either. I mean, I don't like romance, generally. Like, I don't mind if romance is like a subplot or like a main motivation for the character. I mean, even in my own manga, like romance is like a really big. I'm gonna flip this. It's like a really big part of like one of my character's motivations. So like, if it's plot relevant, like it's fine. But as soon as it's like the main focus of the story, I'm like not interested anymore. I'm also going to give her a slightly different hair shape, just on this one side. Let me reflip this. Suddenly forgot how I flipped it. Alright, so this shoulder is here. Let me shape this better. Was it bath time, Miso? Is that why you're up here? You needed to be you needed to be close to me for bath time. Let's see here. Yeah, if it becomes a soap opera, I'm out. Let's see. I just don't like my MC to have romance unless that's what the manga is about. I don't understand that. Why is that? Like, why? Like, yeah, that's interesting. Why is that? Because to me, my characters are people. And if they want to have a romance, they're allowed to have a romance. They are individuals. Like, writing manga, I don't see it as, like, I have to control my character and, like, not give them a romance. Like, it's okay if you don't like it, but I'm curious why, because, like, main characters are also people. They're all individuals. They all have their own will. If that's something that's important to that character, why would that be a deal breaker for you? I'm just curious. So, like, you don't like Yu Yu Hakusho then? Because Yusuke likes, Meiko? Is that her name? I'm, like, dropping her name at the minute. Oh, my phone died. Oh, what is her name? I'm like dropping, let's see. Yusuke girlfriend. What's her name? Keiko. I'm such a terrible person for not remembering her name. Keiko, like, Keiko is really important to him. So, like, do you not like Yu Yu Hakusho then? Because Yusuke, like the romance is not necessarily what the story is about. It's a big motivator for Yusuke, but it's not like what it's about. Or, like, I guess you could say Inuyasha is the same way. Inuyasha isn't about romance. It's about the drama that comes with it. It's a major subplot, but the main plot is defeating Naraku and getting the Shiko no Tama, like, back in one piece. Sorry, I just find this, like, take fascinating. It's really interesting. I've never heard that before. And hello to all my new viewers. I see y'all trickling in. If you guys aren't familiar with me, my name is ArtCrumbs and I make a manga called Godsbane, and that's what I'm working on right now, is a panel for that manga. I'm kind of having to design this character on the fly because my dumb butt didn't finish her design when I was sitting down doing all my designs, so forgive me, I'm making a design on the fly, which is crazy because this is a really important character. And I shouldn't be designing her on the fly. I should be taking my time. But alas, here we are. Here we are. This character will also eventually get her own mangas, the same way that, like, Onami did with Pon. So eventually she'll get her own manga. Along with her sister. And we'll get to see how all of that stuff happened. He went through the change of character lead to that gets past everything was done right in Hero's Love Interest. So then, do you not like Yu Yu Hakusho? I don't think there's nothing wrong with Yusuke. Like, I like it, and the reasoning I'm saying that is because, like, so I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just giving, like, my side of this. Like, the reason why I like Yusuke as a character is because he's human. He's not your typical, like, bash your head in, like, all I care about is fighting shonen character. Like, I'm so tired of the, like, I only care about fighting and, like, F everyone else. I'm the main hero. I'm special. I can do anything. And, like, Yusuke has this, like, chaotic energy to him but, like, everything he does is, like, rooted in, like, his code. His, like, moral code of, like, you're good, you're bad. You know, like, I love that about him, but yet he is also able to see past that with, like Kurama and Hiei. Like, even Kuwabara, like, they were enemies at the beginning of the story, and, like, they became friends. Same thing with Hiei. Like, Hiei literally threatened to take Keiko's life. Like, he literally was, like, this, like, evil little minion that was only supposed to be in, like, one little, like, part of the manga, and then, like, he became, like, a consistent character because fans, like, really reacted to him, and they liked Hiei as a character. So, like, he stuck around, and, like, we got to see Hiei develop and, like, become humanized to the sense where, like, we understand his motivations, we understand why he's doing things, we learn about his sister Yukina, like, he gets to go visit, like, his mother's grave, like, all of those things. Like, spoiler, sorry if you guys didn't know. So, like, all of that stuff happened, and with Kurama, like, same thing. We got to see, like, more of him, and I thought it was really cool. So, I don't know. I just find it really interesting that, like, the part that makes them human and relatable to a lot of people was what you didn't like about it. Again, it's not bad. I mean, everyone has their own tastes. So, like, what you feel is valid. I'm just fascinated by that. Because that's what I like the most about, like, characters. Is, like, when they're made human. And I can, like, have fun with them. That's like a... Whoa, what did I do to her arm here? Might need to get a reference out, you guys, for the arm here. I messed this up, and I don't know why I'm struggling with it. Deltoid structure drawing. Let me see what the structure here is. My brain is derping on this right now. Especially because, like, her arm is raised. It's derping on me. My brain is derping. Let me grab a reference here really quick. Because I'm clearly misunderstanding the structure here. Like, I have days where, like, I get it, and then days where it's just like, nope. None of these references have the arm lifted, though. Okay, here's one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was messing that up. Okay, I see it. Okay, I thought so. So this comes up this way. So here, it's here. Okay, this breast is too far over is part of the problem. So this would be mostly like this. Okay, and then this would, same thing here. And I need a different, I need to see the actual, how does it relate to the tricep there? Tricep and biceps. When it's lifted at that angle. God, all of these are like from the back. I want to see the front. Show me the median side, not lateral. Or I mean anterior. I need the anterior side. Interior. There we go. I just had to remember what that word was, interior. I'm like, front? It's not giving me the front. Arm raised. Sorry guys, I'm doing reference checking here. When you don't know something in the middle of drawing, like, look it up. Don't just sit there and, like, struggle through it, because you're just gonna waste your time. So, my apologies, guys. Okay, yep, that one sits there. Then 2. Okay, that's the one that goes under the elbow. Or under the armpit. Okay. Okay, here we go. I mean, that's the wrong, like, it's a woman, so it's different. I mean, I think it's basically the same. Just like, this guy's like super buff. That doesn't help me very much. Okay, so then this comes back this way. So this wraps around this way. This comes in, and then this comes down. And this... And then this splits. Like, the problem is like, the majority show, like, this area here as a cylinder, and I need to see that muscle structure. And, like, it's not showing it to me. It's only showing, like, this part here, and I want to see the rest of it. I don't know why finding such a good reference for this part is hard. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's the back. I don't want the back. Y'all are lame. I want the anterior. Do you know what anterior means? You just put in the simple word. Maybe I just need to stop using fancy words. Save search is off. No shit. That's what I asked. See, humans are what I struggle with the most. Here! Oh my god, I finally found one. Oh my god. Thank you! That's all I wanted! Alright, and then this comes down like this. This comes in here. Okay, okay. So this comes in this way. See, that wasn't that difficult. Just brain was derping. Probably wouldn't show this though. I don't know why that made it so hard. Like, I really struggled with that for some reason. Sometimes you just have struggle days. It happens to the best of us, to be honest. Can't connect my own artwork today. I need to do some studies on this. Clearly I'm struggling too much with this, so this will be something I need to do some studies of tomorrow. Because I shouldn't be struggling this much. Right, so same thing here. And suggesting form is fine. You don't want too many lines. Alright, and then this connects. Actually, let me flip this so that it matches. Alright, so here this comes down into a triangle. Okay, so as this is going down, this expands. Okay, okay. So this is in further. You gotta be willing to be sucky at something before you get better at it, so. Yeah, this arm is definitely too long. Like, her arm would go... Oh, no, no, honestly, you know, it's about middle of the thigh. If I were to, like, rotate it down. So, it's a little long. Who cares, though? It's a little long. Not a big deal. Again, it's gonna be mostly in silhouette anyway, so it's not a huge deal. I'm only drawing it out because I want to practice. There. Wow, that's crazy. My stream dropped down to 0 for a minute. Yeah, that's what I ended up doing, is I ended up looking up, like, female archery. But they were all wearing, like, clothes, so I couldn't see the skin. Let's see. Alright, let me get to the chat. I'm so sorry, guys. I like you, how you was a masculine character. You cared about everyone like Inuyasha. Doesn't show it often. Tough love type, but cared for the love interest. Back in the day, I very much thought of Hiei as being very much like, yeah, I think so. I can definitely see Hiei and Vegeta being, like, similar characters, because they're intentionally foil characters, I think. So, like, let's see. So, like, here's a concept that's really fun, I think. I'll just open a new, image and, like, I'll write this out for you guys, because this is really important for, like, doing character writing, right? So, you have 4 main character types. Typically. So you have your protagonist, and then you have your antag, and then you have your shadow, or foil, and then you have your, like, your mentor, or they call them impact. They also call them impact characters. And the reason why these are important, let me grab a red pen here, is these two are opposites. Especially if you have a thematic story, where your story is more about a theme than an event. So you can have stories about themes, like, for example, Godsbane. Godsbane is a thematic story. It's about, like, making the best choice versus the right choice. It's basically it's about morals. And so for me, Aros, let's see, let me write his name. Aros is my protagonist. He makes the bad choices, right? And then his opposite is Hokoi. Hokoi is everything. Hokoi is his student. And so that's how they're connected, like, plot-wise. But Hokoi is everything that Aros should be. Everything that Aros aspires to be. And vice versa so Aros has a negative arc, so he has a negative arc, right? So Hokoi has a positive one. His story grows, he becomes a better person. He has a rise. Like, he rises to power, he gains all of it, he accomplishes all of his goals, that sort of thing. Aros does not. Aros loses everything. Because of his bad choices. And so in this particular case, like, these two are considered opposite characters. And remember, this is for thematic story. In a way he kind of does, but I mean, he has, like, a mostly fall, and then he kind of, like, levels out at the end. He doesn't, like, have a rise at the end. I mean, he kind of does, but he doesn't, like, it's not, he doesn't get what he wants. He has, like, I think it's a satisfying ending, but it's not a happy ending, let's put it that way. It's like, it's a neutral ending for Aros. Spoiler, not spoiler. And then when it comes to our mentor and impact characters, obviously my antag is going to be my villain, so that's a Mott. He has a fall arc. He has a fall arc as well, so more like... Sorry, I forgot I'm not supposed to, like, increase the air pressure in my mouth. So, I hope I didn't just dislodge the clot that I've been trying to form. Hang on, I gotta check. Okay, I don't taste any blood, so we're fine. As long as I don't taste blood, I'm okay. Amat, he has a fall arc. He has, like, he loses everything because he's a villain and he's a bad guy and blah blah blah. His opposite is the mentor character. Her name is Zai. So she's, guiding... Oopsie. I'm this bigger. She guides both Aros and Hokue, but her primary job is to focus on guiding Aros to the correct path. Like, the thematic, like, positive, basically. So, like, what Aros should be doing, it's her job to guide him that way. That's why she's called a mentor or impact character. And I think, personally, like, with Yu Yu Hakusho, it's very, very similar. In that we have Yusuke here. The mentor or impact character would be Genkai. And really, like, anyone who teaches him. So, like, Genkai would probably be, like, the primary one, but I guess you could consider Koenma as well. You could maybe. And there can always be more than one. He's kind of like a mentor / impact character. Because, and Botan as well. So, like, Botan. So, like, you could consider, like, technically these two mentor / impact characters. Because, like, in the beginning, Botan is, like, trying to guide him. And then, like, Genma is, like, or not Genma, Koenma is, like, there to help him and, like, guide him to the right path. But Genkai is really the person who, like, really influences him, obviously, to, like, get him to the right path. And, like, the antag is, like, the villain of the week, right? And so, like, all of these different villains, like, have their own flaws, right? And then our shadow and foil character, honestly, I'm not quite sure what to think about this, but I would imagine that all of them, like, I'm spelling Hiei wrong. Hiei. Yeah, sorry. Hiei, suddenly forgot how to write Hiei. Kurama, and then Kuwabara. So, like, each of these are, like reflections of Yusuke in some way. I mean, if you think about it, they're all opposite of him. Like, Yusuke is not that clever, right? So, like, he has Kurama, and in some respects, Kuwabara to, like, help guide him on, like, the right path, right? Hiei is sort of, like, the extra edgy version of Yusuke. Like, he's, like, Yusuke more extreme, if you think about it that way. He's also, like, the angsty one of the group. We've got the smart one. He's also the calm one. And, like, Yusuke is inspired by that, right? Like, he relies on Kurama to, like, help them, like, plan stuff out. Like, he relies on him, right? And then with Kuwabara, he's the friend. He's, like, the super, super close one. So if any of these would be the foil, it'd be Kuwabara, right? Kuwabara, like, he is angsty, right? But he also is, like, a lot more emotional than Yusuke is, as far as, like, his variety of emotions. Kuwabara's all over the place. So, you also have Kuwabara, like, he has this code that he very strictly follows. He always goes off about his code, right? Yusuke doesn't have a plan. He doesn't think about things. He just does stuff. So, in a way, like, Hiei, Kurama, and Kuwabara are, like, his foil characters. They're everything that he technically should be, and all the stuff that they criticize him for, all of these characters are sort of like the extremes of that, and like the extreme opposites of him in some way. That's the way that I see, like, Yu Yu Hakusho anyway. Sorry if that's, like, too much, like, talk, but, like, that's how I see it. Maybe I'm full of hot air, but... And to, like, clarify, when I mentioned, like, my tooth, my mouth and stuff, I just had a tooth extracted yesterday, and I have to be really, really careful with, like, how much air I put out of it, because my mouth is weird and special, I guess. So yeah, I can explain that in a minute. Okay. So dry socket is more common in like lower teeth. With upper teeth, it was an upper molar that was pulled. So here's a skeleton or whatever. And then like here's the jaw. Like for me, like my wisdom teeth are already gone, right? So it was this molar. You have like 3 of them, and then your bicuspids, and then your canines, and then you have 2 more here. So for me, it was this one that was pulled on my upper jaw. So 2 things about my tooth. So my tooth spiraled. It had an unusual set of roots. Lucky me, I guess. I'll show you guys in a second. Like, I did a drawing of it. Let me go grab it. I don't feel like redrawing it, sorry. I'm lazy, I don't want to redraw it. Because I can't do perspective right now. So, let me just paste it here. Oh, weird. Okay, so like my tooth like had spiral roots. So like it had, yeah, I loved this little kitten. I forget what its name was. It was like a Aikichi, I think was his name. Aikichi was the kitten's name. So I have this really unusual root system in my teeth, like this one particular tooth where like they spiraled. Like when he pulled it out, okay, so the way that he pulls, so if you've never had a tooth extracted before, either they knock you completely out, and that's if they have to like surgically cut into your gums to like pull the tooth out. So that's one way they can pull your tooth out. I love how people are leaving now, sorry guys. Like, but this will impact me, like, so I have to think about it. So I just kind of want to share this. I'm going to take a break from drawing anyway. So the other way they pull it is they just locally numb you. It's like you're still awake and conscious. And then basically what they do is he wrenches your tooth with like special pliers side to side, to basically like forcefully pull your tooth out. And the like trigger warning if you guys are like sensitive to like medical information, like before I go any further, so like here's your warning now. Basically like what happens is, so the tooth again was a back molar, right? And it's so close to like my ear that I could hear the bone cracking as he was like freeing the tooth from the jaw, right? And so like the entire time he's doing this, I'm hearing like the slightest of cracking sounds. It was so like I knew it was coming. He told me it was coming, but it was so unsettling. I was not prepared. I thought I was ready, but I was not ready for that. And he pulled it out, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, it looks like it's dancing!" And it had like these cool little like spiral roots on it. And he had like a resident, I think, with him to like, hey, come look at this, come look at this. Like all the assistants were like, "Wow, I've never seen that before." So I guess that was cool. But the other thing that was different about me, so your sinuses are, you have 8 sinuses technically. You have 2 sets of 4. There's like 4 sets of 2. So you have a sinus up here, you have a sinus here, and then you have a sinus that like comes all the way down here. This tooth, like, so here's my sinus. The tooth roots go into my sinus. So basically, like, here's my sinus cavity, and this tooth, like the roots went up here like this, basically. So like, here's, it's so macabre, like, to talk about it, but it was so funny, like, in that moment. So basically what happened, what happened is he closed my nose. So he's like, he was like looking up into the tooth, like into like the tooth hole, like where the tooth had been. And he goes, oh, like he says, you have really low sinuses. And, like, they did all these x-rays before. And then he's like, I want to see something. And so he plugs my nose and tells me, try to blow out your nose. And the air, instead of going out my nose, went out my root holes where my tooth had been. And it made the silliest hissing sound. It was just like, it sounded like a mix between a duck and a cat. It was just the silliest sound. I was not prepared for that. I just even, like, we all just started laughing. Yes, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Like, your sinuses sit like right above your jaw, like your mandible, like your upper jaw, right? Like they all sit in there. And sometimes your sinuses can be low enough that your roots can go into your sinuses. And I'm one of those people. And literally, he's like bringing in all the assistants to like, hey, come look at this. And so he like I turn my head and he like shines a light up there. And he's like, look, you can see the membrane. And so like everyone was like, wow, like weird teeth and it's in your sinuses. Like, yeah, I was not prepared for the sound that it made. But the problem is that actually creates a complication or a possible complication. So I have this list of like things that I can't do now for like the next 2 weeks. I can't fly in an airplane, like your basic stuff when you get a tooth pulled. But so now that, so basically what they do if that happens is they put a special gel, like a gel substance, gel patch, I think is what he called it, like up into the wound to help close that off, because basically I would have an open wound into my sinuses. I mean, that's kind of what your nose is, but like, I'd have an open wound up into my sinuses. So he seals that up, and it also like helps that blood clot flow, or that blood clot form, but I can't sneeze. If I do have to sneeze, I have to, like be really careful and like let it out my mouth rather than having it like go out my nose, because it like increases the pressure in my sinuses and it could push out the clot. And if that clot gets pushed out, one, I have to start the healing process all over again, basically like pulling out a scab that's not ready yet. And then I would be really susceptible to an infection. The other thing is I can't like swish, like that's typical with like an extraction, but it's even more important for me because I can't have anything going up there. Otherwise I could get like really infected, and become septic really quickly. So yeah, all that fun stuff. I can't fly in an airplane. No, it's real. It's completely real. It's a real thing. Like I had to look it up myself, and it's real. It's a real thing. But I didn't mind that he used me as an example. The other reason is I have celiac disease, and so celiac disease affects your teeth in ways that make them extremely vulnerable to like wear. So basically what celiac is it's a gluten, like my body reacts to the presence of gluten basically. The protein at the center of it, something like that, like gladulin, like it, like you can't, like our bodies can't break that down. And in my body what happens is more or less like it causes an autoimmune reaction that makes my body basically destroy itself in multiple ways. So like my intestines have destroyed themselves, like my upper intestine small intestine has basically tried to destroy itself. My skin will get this horrible rash within like 10 minutes of me eating gluten, which is in wheat, rye, oats, and barley. So like I can't have beer, I can't have any form of wheat. Sometimes just being around wheat, even it getting on my skin, like if I were to cook with flour, can cause that rash. I also get like extremely upset stomach because like my body is trying to like flush out the bad stuff, like what it perceives as bad stuff, right? So like, celiac affects you in a lot of ways, and additionally, it can cause a lot of acid coming up through my mouth, let's put it that way, and that acid wears your teeth down extra fast, and that's basically what happened with me. That's why the tooth had to be pulled, because it was already slated for extraction because it was in really bad condition just from like the acid wear over all the years that I've been sick with celiac. Sometimes you get sick for no reason. I also have really bad like alkaline heartburn sometimes, and literally the only way to fix alkaline heartburn is to throw up whatever is in your stomach causing the problem. So like, I have Ipecac in my house, because if that happens, I would rather just take that and get it over with rather than fight with my body to throw it up. You know what I mean? So like, and also with celiac, it causes a malformation in your enamel. So your enamel is either misformed or it's extremely thin. And so that enamel is what protects your teeth. And so if you already have really thin enamel, it's gonna take nothing to get to like wear that enamel off. You know what I mean? So when you have celiac, it affects it can even discolor your teeth. I have 2 teeth that are discolored, not because I'm not taking care of them, they just didn't form correctly the first time. Like, they're adult teeth and they're completely discolored because they didn't form correctly because of celiac. So like, and celiac's not that common. It's like about 1 in every 100 to 200 people. So if I can be an example for them and show them, hey, like, this is the impact of this disease on your patients, and this is why it's important to like be extra careful with a patient like this, because they are naturally at higher risk for all kinds of problems, infections, extractions, crowns, fillings. Like, my teeth just naturally can't hold fillings well because there's nothing for it to grip onto. My teeth decay at a much faster rate than everyone else because I have a lot of acid in my mouth because I'm sick all the time. So like, anyway, sorry, yeah, rant over. But like, that's why I didn't mind being an example, because the consequences that I have to deal with, like, I've already had 8 teeth pulled. I've had all 4 of my wisdom teeth pulled. I've had 2 bicuspids or premolars pulled. And now I've had two other molars pulled, and I have 1 more that I need to pull. So, like, I'm literally, like, missing a third of my teeth. Or almost missing a third of my teeth. Or, sorry, quarter. Sorry, can't count. Like, a quarter of my mouth is already gone. Either because of celiac, or when I was getting braces, I have such a small mouth, like, my teeth were crowding each other. So in addition to having all of those problems, I have a very small mouth. Hey Nuke, what's up? Hey Nuke! Sorry, just talking about my adventures with the dentist. Sorry guys, that was a really boring part, sorry. But yeah, that's why, like, I get really frustrated sometimes when people look at me and they go, oh, you're just gluten-free because you're being trendy. I'm like, no, I'm gluten-free because it's literally, like, gonna save my life and save my teeth. Hey, Ear tries art. Nice to meet you. How are you? Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. How are you? What kind of art do you do? I'm always curious when I get to meet other artists. Sorry you came in on my dentist rant. My apologies. I just had a tooth pulled yesterday and I was just sharing what happened. Okay, cool. I try to pronounce everyone's names correctly, and if I ever get it wrong, like, I want to be corrected. So if I ever say it wrong, please let me know. But yeah, that's why I didn't stream the last 2 days. Is I was eating dinner and broke the tooth open on Thursday night. And then Friday morning, I was able to get off work to go in to get seen. And they were able to take the tooth out at the end of the day yesterday. So. Honestly, the dentist is a pretty stressful thing for me, but my dentist is pretty awesome. He's really patient with me. He's even told me to, like, stop apologizing. Okay, fan art. Nice, nice. What kind of stuff do you like to do fan art for? I'm always curious, like, what series people do, like, their stuff for. Because I don't do fan art, so I always am, like, really curious when I run into, like, another fan artist. Or when I run into a fan artist, because that's not what I do, so. I don't think I drew this hand very well. Let me grab a reference. Let me see how I did this here. Let me actually grab let me open a reference here. Same hand, so. Let's see. I tried to improve so in a fun way to do while practicing on sketchbooks, home practice that I show nobody, but I post fan art of my favorite shows and fiction. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I think that's really important in the beginning to make sure that, like, whatever you're drawing you enjoy, you know, like, you really enjoy. That's how I started too, was fan art. I stopped drawing fan art though because I got tired of, like, being, like, known for my fan art, and I wanted to be known for, like, my stuff. So eventually I stopped drawing fan art, but that's good that you have something that you really enjoy doing. I hope people are, like, supportive of you and, like, check out, you know, your stuff, you know. Like, I hope you have, like, a good following to help support you. I think that's so critical in the beginning. But it's more important to enjoy what you do, to be honest. Like, that's definitely, like, if you have to have something, that's definitely what you want to focus on, is enjoying what you do. So a lot of people get caught up in doing what they think will make them popular, and then they just become, like, miserable people. Having a really hard time with anatomy today, you guys. It's okay, days like this happen. Mama said there'd be days like this. Yep, today is a day. Today is a day, you guys. Today is one of the days where I just really struggle. I'm like trying to limit my laughing so I don't freaking pop out the gel patch. The dentist said that it's really rare to get dry socket on an upper extraction. He's like, if you get one though, like, go buy yourself a lottery ticket. That's how rare it is. I don't know why I'm manually drawing this when I have an asset for this. Because I like making my life hard, I guess. Oh, wisdom teeth. So much fun. She should go buy a lottery ticket. I mean, it depends. Like, I enjoy drawing the same thing over and over again. I only draw my manga stuff. I very, 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 very rarely draw anything else unless it's like sketching, like from life. That's really the only two things that I do, is I sketch from life and I draw my own characters in manga. I don't really draw anything else. But that's because that's what I like to do. So I don't think it's necessarily about only drawing one thing. I think it's more, like, what gets you excited to draw. Like, what do you enjoy doing more? Oh, it's so close. Having a hard time, y'all. Yeah, because here's the thing. If you end up doing the stuff like that you don't like doing because you think it's going to get you attention, you're just going to become a miserable person later. I almost said something else. You're just going to become miserable, and then you're going to make it everybody else's problem. Because, like, you didn't have the balls to do what made you happy because you were chasing clout and fame or whatever. Now, there is something to be said about, like, it's a good growth strategy. Like, if you draw fan art, you draw what's trending, like, meaning, like, if you draw fan art only to get popular. Like, if that's the only reason you're doing it, me personally, that's really weird and kind of gross. But, like, I understand, like, why people would do that. Because, like, they want to grow, they want to become, like, independent on their artwork, so, like, I can understand why people would do that. But to me, it feels disingenuous. Like, if you're doing it only for money, or fame, or whatever. And I know people that do. Like, they look up, like, what's trending and stuff, so they can sell art at conventions, which is a reasonable thing to do. But then, like, there are times where they're like, man, I drew all this artwork, and, like, you know, like, I didn't get any sales, and this is what, like, people said was popular, and I'm like, well, maybe you should have, like, drawn stuff that, you know, like, you actually liked. Stuff that way it was, like, good art, and, like, you can tell the difference when they draw stuff that they actually enjoy versus they don't, and, like, I'm not judging fan artists, like, they can do whatever they want, but I don't know if I could do that. I feel like they have more guts than I do. Because I couldn't do that. I don't know. I'm not into that. I'm not into drawing something just because it's popular. But if that makes them happy, then go for it. Like, I don't care. And, like, my thing is there's been plenty of times where, like, I'll see someone draw, like, a piece of fan art, and, like, I'll ask them, like, oh, like, what was your favorite character from the show? And they're like, oh, I don't watch it. And, like, boom, instantly ruins, like, the interaction for me. Like, I'm like, oh, so you're just a fake fan, you're just doing this for money. So, like, for me, like, I've had too many experiences like that, so for me, like, I have a really hard time buying and supporting fan art for that reason, because, like, if I know the person's genuine and they actually like the show, then that's fine, but, like, if I find out that they just did it for money to be able to sell something, then, like, I don't want to buy it anymore, because then it's not fan art. It's, like, it's not fan art, because they're not a fan. You know what I mean? But that's as a buyer. Like, that's as a buyer. I don't really care what anyone else says. Yeah, so there's a concept called body doubling. Let me take a drink of water really quick. Yeah, that's literally what I was just gonna talk about. Is like, ooh, I don't like the taste of that. I really hope that wasn't the gel packet that I just swallowed. Maybe I'll go in for a follow, like, that was weird. I don't know. That was weird. I mean, I'm not bleeding. I mean, if the clot fell out, I would taste blood. I'm not tasting blood, so I think we're okay. Anyway, I've eaten another friend of mine has it, and they told me that I'm body double my HTTP good things. Are you talking about Guy Davis? Yeah. And, like, I mean, hey, like, if you need money to survive, you gotta do what you gotta do. That's why, like, I try not to judge people about it. Because, like, you gotta do what you gotta do. But, like, it just feels really disingenuous when I realize that, like, oh, they're not actually a fan, they're just doing it for money. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to, like, not feel betrayed. I think that's too strong a word, but hopefully you guys know, like, what I mean. I feel like that's a really strong word to use, but that's the only word that I can think of. Yeah, body doubling is a really powerful concept. So, if anyone else is drawing something, let me know what you're drawing. Let's talk about what we're working on if you guys are also working on something. Or working in general. I know somebody is. Yeah, people are gonna do what they want to do, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean I have to, like, not feel sad about it. Hi, Mr. Sunshine. Cringe-tober. I don't think I've heard of that one yet. I know it's Inktober time, but I'm not gonna participate in Inktober because every day is Inktober for me. Hi, Miso. Hi, Bubs. Miso's my cat. She's sitting on my desk taking a nap. turban. Big stretch, Miso. Big stretch. Keep going. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Here, I'll pick you up and put you down. Yeah, Miso. If you guys don't know who Miso is, you've never seen her before, this is Miso. This is my adorable cat. Yeah. She chirps. She's not feeling chirpy right now. My adorable cat, Miso. She's very chirpy. I mean, she mews, but she also chirps and trills and stuff. It's adorable. Let's see. I'm working... So what exactly is Cringetober? I've never heard of that before. I'm working on a comic. Michael says I'm working on a comic about two people who grew up in the same neighborhood but take different paths. One becomes a bookstore owner and one is an organized crime. Oh, that's interesting. Is it sort of like do you like switch between each other's POVs? Do they like interact with each other all the time? Like, how do you handle that? And then Ear says, I'm working on a webcomic story incoming, but still at the world building story process. It's not going to be like one long thing, but more of parts. Do you mean like arcs? Like in terms of parts? Or like are they individual stories? Like an anthology that kind of like can be ultimately connected, but can also be standalone on their own. Is that more what you mean? And then Gabby said, I'm practicing coloring digitally since I draw a lot of characters and backgrounds in black and white. I like black and white. I'm going to be lazy and I'm going to not draw the arrow. Because I give no fucks. Really? You're only going to give me that one? Again, it's just going to be a silhouette, so it doesn't really matter. a little thicker. Oh, it's from 16 all the way to like 70 something. Oh, I see. That's really cool. That's really awesome that they can like be independent but also work together. That's really neat. Cringe jobbers when we draw things that people deem cringe, like self-inserts, art bases, personas, candy gore. I've never heard of that before. I don't know if I want to know. They are friends since childhood, switch between the two people, with them interacting occasionally in the present because the criminal collects protection money. Oh. Is that like a consensual thing, or is that like mafia style, where it's like, hey, give me some money and I'll protect you, blah 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 blah. But if you don't, I'm gonna wreck your shop. You know, is it like that kind of thing? I'm sorry, I can't do voice impersonations. The only one I can do is like super cringe, like Valley Girl, and it's super cringe just listening to me try. Like my impression is also cringe, so it's like double the cringiness. Yes, Miso. Are you hungry, Miso? You might be. Let me finish what I'm doing here, Miso, and then I'll get up and get you a snack so I can walk around and stretch a bit. You guys hear that thumping noise? Did you guys hear that? Is it just me? Maybe you guys can't hear it. I don't know how good my mic is exactly. Mafia style. I see, I see. I've been really slow on this panel today, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm just kind of taking my time. Enjoying the process. No, actually, this is one of the pages. Oh, here, I'll show you the whole thing. This is one of the pages I'm working on. I'm just reusing this this artwork that I did forever ago. We'll repeat the pattern that's on her neck here. And what I'll do here is I'll actually just fill it in with black, and then I'll just add the white spaces for the, and these are really long because we want to match what we have here. So we're going to make these kind of long and narrow. Right, because we want those to match. but we also want to have the third one because most arrows have 3 fletches on them. Some have 2, some can have 4, but 3 is a pretty standard number. For like aerodynamicness. Again, majority of these details will probably be obscured, but I'm just doing this for practice. Because I want the practice. And these don't have to be perfectly straight either. So it's perfectly fine if they're not. They don't have to be. In fact, it's better if they're not. Because these are handmade. They're not like, you know, fake or whatever. They're real. So keeping that variety will just make them look more authentic. Alright, what I will do is, on top of this, I'll put a white layer so that I can see. Someone requested fowl with a mum bun. Oh my gosh, yes! Or like a man bun. That would be, oh my gosh, please do that. I would also love to see it. Like, he wears sweaters perfectly. So like, imagine him with like an academia look. Right, like your typical like man bun with like sweaters, and he's reading to like Riven or something. He's so cute. So if you guys don't know who Nuke is like one of my buddies. They've been putting up with me for over 10 years now. So really, really good artwork too. I'm gonna send them to your Instagram, or would you prefer me to send them somewhere else? Guys, gotta go see Nuke's work. There you go. Please check out Nuke's work. It's absolutely stunning. I'll actually just show you guys. So let me bring up Nuke's page again. I think this is the right... Yep, here we go. Look at this. This is beautiful artwork. Look at it. This is Nuke's work. Please go follow them, support them, commission them if they open commissions. You're next, Dustin. Is Dustin still lurking? So really beautiful work. Like, damn. Like, where's the... Look at this. Like, shit. Absolutely. Oh, how have I not liked this one yet? I like everything. Everything you post. Look at this one. Oh. It's just a sketch, but it's so pretty. I don't know how you do it, bro. Are you ready, Dustin? It's your turn. Dustin is also hella amazing. I have all of you guys bookmarked. If Instagram wants to load today. Here we go. Check this out. This is Dustin's work. Oh, new one. Yay. Look at this. Absolutely crazy. Look at that. Damn. So beautiful. I don't know how you do it. I have no idea how you can do like this realistic stuff. Turtle. So good. I can't do this realistic painterly stuff. My brain just cannot. Fishy. Something's fishy. Sky. Bunny. Fox. Nice color palette choice. Crazy. I have some gifted friends, bro. Oh, let me grab Dustin. Sorry, I forgot to grab Dustin. Link to Dustin's. Let me drop the link to Dustin also. I thought I already pasted it, sorry. I have an Instagram, but I don't really update it, so like I mean, you can follow me there if you like, but I don't use it. I don't really post there that much. You're welcome, Dustin. You're welcome, Nuke. Yeah, they both have really great stuff. Well, like, Insta favors video content. And ironically, I hate making videos. Why do you guys think I stream? Because I'm a lazy mother effer and I don't like editing video content. Which is funny because I have the Think Like a Mangaka series that I'm making. I think that's different though. Like, I don't really struggle with that because like that's stuff that I already have like written tutorials down for. So that's easy to do. But if I have to like sit here and like record our work and like try to remember to do all of that, my brain just nope. Oh, I don't think I originally had this mark in there. I think it was just this one. I just took it to the end. Yeah, I don't like that. They kind of look like Chucks, don't they? Man, that would be a goal to like have a set of Rin's shoes. That'd be cool. They're kind of like a mix of ballet shoes and like Chucks. Like, you know, like the from the top, like you lace them up all the way up. Very similar. I can't draw shoes, you guys. You can crucify me later. I don't really care about shoes. I literally have 3 pairs of shoes. I have a set of tennies, like, you know, like actual walking shoes. And then I have a set of flip-flops. And then I have a set of like they come over your foot here. And then there's like a string here and like a string here. And like a string that runs down the side or whatever. And it like velcros over or whatever. So like I have one of those like sandal types, and like they kind of look like flip-flops, but they have like strings and stuff. I have one of those. They were like really popular in like the 90s. That's all I have. I don't have any other shoes. I just don't care about shoes. I need to buy snow boots if I'm gonna be moving it back up north. I got rid of my last pair because I thought, oh, like I'm moving to Tennessee/Florida, like I don't need snow boots anymore. And like now though, with the possibility of me leaving again to go to freaking New York, I'm gonna need a pair if I go up there. But it won't be anytime soon, so I've got plenty of time to like get my act together as I throw my pen at myself. I really hope I didn't like dislodge the clot. I'm not tasting blood or anything, but like it just feels really weird now. Maybe the pain medicine's wearing off. It shouldn't. I only took it like 4 hours ago. I don't know yet. There's a couple there's like a couple different determining factors. If I stay, I'll like if I like live by myself and like not with roommates, then I'll probably be in Albany or Rochester. I need to be somewhere with an airport. That way if I need to like go to a major city, like I don't have to drive forever to go to a city. And ideally if I live in one with an international airport, I can fly anywhere in the world from the town that I live in. Yeah, my hand does that sometimes. It's like, oh, abort, abort pen. Alright, I think we're done. Getting the ink. Erase this here. Oh, wrong layer. Wrong layer. You guys want to see the funny wrong layer thing? So I have a whole bunch of these different scenes now. And when I draw on the wrong layer, I have to show this now. Like, you must stop drawing! Why? You are on the wrong layer! Like, I have like just like these really dumb scenes now. So as to make a fool of myself. It happens. I need to like have like a wrong layer counter in the corner to see how many times it happens in a stream. Alright, now the sad part is most of this is gonna get obscured. Oh, I didn't finish drawing the arrows. There, it's done. I'm gonna go ahead and obscure, like, clean up the edges here a bit. Alright, so what I'll do now is let's max this out. I'll probably need to come in and clean up some of this white, so let me go ahead and do that now. Because this is actually a pretty old drawing. It needs to be updated a little bit. So I'll come in and like refine some of this, make it look a little more natural. Because it was also drawn on paper, so like the ink is a little different now. That would be easy just for me to like completely redraw it, but not interested in that. Good night, JMB. Take it easy. Have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're having a really good stream today. We have lots of people stopping in, lots of people watching. Thank you all so much for stopping by today. I appreciate all of you. Even if you're not talking, I appreciate you very much. Because it all helps me grow. Alright, let's go ahead and fix some of the black art here. Alright, so I'm gonna grab my lasso tool. Oh, whoops. I have white selected. Fix the shape of this elbow here. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna go up top here to this editing layer and I'll reshape that real quick. There we go. Let me select the black again. I'll go in my lasso fill. What I'm gonna do is I'm only gonna outline her, and then from there I'll probably use a gradient to fill her in. That way, and then fill in like the blacks manually, or I might just do like I might do like a screen tone texture fill maybe. Cause she technically wears black pants. I'll show you guys Rin here. She doesn't have light colored wings. It was just for this particular image, it was just easier to show her with light colored wings. I don't worry too much about being accurate 100% of the time. I mean, rule of cool is the thing for a reason, but you just have to decide like when you want to use rule of cool versus like be accurate. Sometimes rule of cool just works better for like the particular scene that you're drawing. I used to have that problem. Like I used to be worried about being accurate all the time, and honestly it just held me back. Cause I was too afraid to like express myself and like push limits. Cause all I cared about like, oh, is it accurate or not? So like, don't be afraid to push limits and try new things. Maybe it'll work out better than what you originally had planned. Whoops. That was cool. It made like a perfect arrow pointing to her. And remember, I didn't technically have to do all of this. I just did it because I thought it was a good exercise. So, yeah. To like get the practice of doing all of this. And would I normally do that? Probably not. It's not really worth my time to waste so much time on like getting something like that correct. So what I'm going to do for the arrow here is I'm just going to go straight through because I want that to be like solid. I don't want it to like get janky. And it's not an issue because one, I'm on a different layer, so I can technically still see it. If I were to like lower this opacity here, I can still see where that arrow is. So I'm not worried about hiding it. I can always get it back pretty easy. What I'll probably do is I'll fix this later. I'll go in with some white lines and I'll fix that hand there. Kind of like ruin. Autosave, thank you for interrupting me again when I didn't want you to. And I'll do the same thing here. I'll just go all the way through. Just to like get this really clean. Come and erase it. And then I can travel down this line. Nope. Alright, when I do that I usually hold my breath. It just helps me keep my hand more stable. That strategy doesn't work for everybody, but if you're struggling to like get really clean lines, try holding your breath for the duration of the stroke. Now I'm talking, but that's like I'm not breathing in when I don't like breathe in when I do that. Sometimes exhaling can work just as much too. That's why like sometimes I'll just talk. But I'm also just kind of used to this too. Alright, so we'll see right there that was a little bit cleaner. It's because I stopped talking and I like quieted my mind for a minute. Alright, and then I need to clean this stuff up. Alright, so this doesn't belong here. This is all really messy, like dirt. Get that cleaned up. Okay. Alright. Alright, thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. Take it easy. I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone, if you like my stream, please leave a like. It helps me in the algorithm, and it helps the VOD after the fact get pushed out to more people. My last VOD reached a lot of people. Like, it's probably one of my most watched, like, stream VODs. So, like, thank you all so much for, like, the support on the last one. Whatever you guys did worked. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here. See if I can get this in one go. Nope. I'm going to have to do it with a really thin line manually. It's probably too thick. Yeah, that ruins the silhouette. A really thin line here. So I normally don't do that. We'll see how it looks though, just to help give it shape. I'm trying to like limit how much I do that, because if I do it to one part I have to do it to all of it. So I'm trying to like limit how much I do this part now. Just kind of helps with the shape and helps provide a little extra contrast, I guess. Oh, I missed a part here. How did I miss a part? Let's actually erase some of that. There we go. That part doesn't go over. Because right here is where the divide is. That's where the feathers switch, right here. So I only want this part to be in front of the panel. If you guys have any questions about what I'm doing or my process, like, don't hesitate to let me know. Part of what I'm doing is to be here for you guys, to answer your questions and stuff. So, like, don't be afraid to ask anything. A lot of this is just going to be filled in with gradient later. But it'll just help give it a little bit more life, I guess. Line too thick. I think it's a layer 42, yeah. Let's reshape this. I think that's good enough for me. I say as I keep adding wings and feathers and stuff. So close, yet so far. Yeah, good enough. I mean, it's gonna be super small anyway, so is it really gonna matter? No, not really. Alright, so now on top of this layer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my lasso, I'm going to put in a gradient, actually. Whoops. I need to go through all of it. Alright, so I've selected the area. I'm going to throw in a gradient. I want it to go this way. Or what I might do is I might just select the whole thing. So we'll do that. I'll go into... Oh, I just ran into an interesting problem. I'll select this. Yeah, we know what happens to tangents here. They die. My channel is where tangents come to die. Hopefully the YouTube algorithm doesn't catch me for that. Oh my god, how could you say such a thing? Tangents don't have feelings, ma'am. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll do like highlight shading. And then I don't know if this will work long term. What I'll do though is I'll put in like a texture for the, because right now this is grayed. I grab a brush here and I'll throw in this. That way it's like a, come on. I'm gonna it'll just darken it ever slightly. And actually make it scale ratio. That way it can still be darker than everything around it. I just want her loose silhouette visible. I don't want everything visible. I mean, everything kind of is visible, but I want it to be like mostly obscured though. And then I'll go in and I'll add some highlights to like rim light and stuff. Miso has no respect for my personal space. I don't really like that. Let me try a texture here, maybe. I'm just gonna like just randomly try. Ooh, yep. I'm just gonna randomly try things and see how they look. Oh, actually looks kind of cool. I don't want it to be too dark because I want it to still have her silhouette visible. What I might do is I might have to add like a white border around it to help keep its shape. Let me try this one that has a little, oh, that's not what I meant. Let me try this one that has a bit more white to it. mean, I could easily continue it if I liked this. I feel like this works pretty well, because I like the texture down here. Kind of all like focusing on her. It would be really easy to like throw another, throw something on top of it. And like the scratches and scritches that I had before would be really easy to do. Let me see what the this other one looks like though. Because I do like this one too. I don't really like this one. Nah, I don't really like them. Let me try mixing them. What if I made this one a tone and then brought it down to like 50? 70 maybe? Nah, they just don't line up very well. Actually, let me try flipping it this way. I'm bringing this down. Nah, they just don't line up very well. I can do it like manually. Not a big deal. Okay, this needs to get cut off here. Oh, I probably should have kept what I had before. Dang it. It's alright. Well, I'll just manually select it and throw it in. Not a big deal. Alright, let's clean this up. See how it looks. A bigger brush here. Sorry guys, I just got quiet there, just got focused. Not bad. I think we're all just kind of vibing right now. Does anyone have any questions for me? Kind of like while I'm thinking about it. I need to add in a white layer here. Or at a mask. Would you kneel before Zod? Never! That's funny. What is it, Miso? Would you kneel before Zod, Miso? I'll take that as a no. What, Babs? What is it, Babs? Are you hungry? I didn't get up to feed you, did I? The way she looked at me was like, no, you didn't. Lisa would chirp at him. Yeah. Okay. What? You want some more food? Yeah. I mean, it's 1 in the morning, me, so I don't know if you should get more food. Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna give Miso a snack. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Let's do. Okay, thanks guys. I went ahead and grabbed me a snack too. I don't really get to eat that much right now. Because I can't like... I have to have soft foods, but I have to be really careful with like how clean I keep my mouth. I can't chew anything. So I have to like be really careful with what I eat. So I have like a bunch of like meal replacement food type snacks and stuff. So I went ahead and got me one of those. I already finished it. Hey, maybe I'll finally drop some weight. So it might be a plus. What miso? I've had plenty of teeth removed and I've never had dry socket before, so I should be okay. So. It's not my first rodeo. Just do what I have always done. It's a lot easier now because they have like those like applesauce like pouches or whatever. It's easier to use a spoon, but like I have to use like a really tiny spoon. And when I eat, like I tilt my head so that like the majority of it stays like on my like non-extraction side. Oh, her forehead looks really strongly shaped there. This is why I had these lines here. I'm starting to run out of energy though. Let's see. Try to get this panel done though. If I can push through. Temporarily turn this off. Yoop, yoop. Now I'll go in and fill it in the wings here. That way it's like consistent all the way around. Oops. Fill it in with the wings. At least the spot's where I want it to be. So like up here, it's where I want it. Too much here. It might be easier to fill this in, to be honest. I'll go ahead and draw a line on top. Oopsie, a line on top instead. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, I want it on top of that one. Go in. Why did I make a folder? Weird. Just to provide like an actual silhouette. Just make this really thin and accentuate that let's put it on this side of the string. That didn't happen here either. Make this a teeny bit bigger. Nodding off. Okay, take it easy, Dustin. Thank you so much for stopping by. It is pretty late, so no worries. I was trying to make up for missing some streams this week because of, you know, dentist and stuff, so. On top of this one. Is there anything in this one? Nope. Okay, perfect. I'll use this one, and I'll fill in a couple spaces like right here. Oh, oh dear, that's not gonna work. So this needs to go down below my line art. So is this. Ooh, so this needs to go down even further. Alright, and then we'll go in. Finally caught it! Hey, Huff, what's up? How you doing? Okay, I think what I'll do here is I'll just do a, we'll just do a white stroke. Oh, it's on multiply. Oh, that's why it's on multiply. Dang, that's not gonna work. Select color gamut black. Yeah. Clip. Okay. Alright, now let's add the stroke. Set it to normal. Oopsie. Let's try again. Normal. There we go. Thank you. I'm still not quite sure what I'm doing with it yet. I think something like this is better apt for what I was aiming for. And then I'll go into the white lines, which was 48. Yep. And I'll add a mask here, and I'll only keep what I actually want to keep, because I kind of want some of this to be obscured. Like, I don't want her shape to be completely visible. Oh. Oh, that would be this. Yeah, backlighting is fun, but it's so tedious. Especially to like find that perfect balance. I'm not quite sure what texture I want here, so I'm just kind of experimenting with a couple different brushes to see what kind of texture I want here. I might not add anything. Might be fine as it is. Oh, that, it's not cleaned up here. I have about the same, yeah. I've got about, I think mine's 13,000 that I've not used yet. I'm like just saving it for the day I find something I really want that's like unreasonably expensive. Okay, cool. Yeah, same. Well, yeah, I can be picky about my brushes. I just went through and like reorganized and like deleted a whole bunch of all these different sets. I'll be making more. Like I've started making like collections for like my main character, for like my characters. That way they're like dispersed throughout here if I want to find them for something else, but that way if they're like specifically for like a certain part of a character, I'll have them like right there. I won't have to go looking for them. It's like I'm starting to like slowly like reorganize all my brushes. Oh my gosh, bruh. Don't do that to yourself. What are you, special or something? Yeah, please don't. You deserve better. Oh no, didn't mean that. There we go. No, you're not big dumb, you just didn't think about it. A whole bunch of like, the big things are like fillers. Like that's the majority of what it is like super basic or like varied filler brushes. So that way I can like fill stuff in really quickly and then put in, like manually put in like just a few things to like make them look different. Sleepy. Oh, wrong page. This text looks too big. It's because it is way too big. Damn. 20 max. That is not 15. Okay, I was gonna say, that is not 15. It's also the wrong font. Is that bolded? No, it's 21. We need 20. I was gonna say, that didn't look right. I don't mind stamps if they are like a varied ribbon stamp. Like for example, I have some brushes that are stamps, like I'll show you. Like technically this hatching brush is a stamp. It just like slightly rotates every time. Yeah, so like, I have a whole bunch of lazy brushes. This is like from a giant Photoshop batch, and I'm like slowly going through and cleaning these out. It's like, it's a splash, like here's a splash one. So like, it's a big splash. But like, you know, am I probably gonna use that? No. Like this is a good one for ground. It's basically the same brush over and over. But what's really cool is like with clip I can go in and then erase. And then it'll look way more varied once I go in and erase it. So like, it's like combining the tools. And like that's what I try to tell people when you're using like, oh hey Chauncey, what's up? Like here's another good example. It's like with grass, right? It's like here's a grass brush. Oh, whoops. Like, here's a grass brush. Like, mix this with other grass brushes. Like literally right on top. Like, boom, there you go. Like, it's not... I mean, it still technically is the same, but it's not exactly the same, you know what I mean? And, like, if it really bothers you, you can easily go in and customize something like this. Like, let me actually move it over here. So, like, something like this is, like, super easy to customize, right? So, like... Yeah. So now I can go in manually with like a brush. Maybe like grab some of these and like try to make like the variations of them. So like it's super easy to come in and customize these. No, maybe come back in. Also add some like randoms. Or maybe like see how we have like these designs, maybe add them on to maybe make more of them. So like little stuff like that can, you know, make it look really unique, even though I used like stamping to like get the basics of it done. So I mean that's how I use stamping brushes, is I'll use them for like a really quick like adding, and then like I'll do like manual fill-ins to make them unique. That's how I use them. Do you mean like, what do you mean like fully rendered ones? So like, what about stuff like this? Oopsie, new layer. What about stuff like, oh come on, biscuit. Do you mean stuff like this? Where it's like the line art's in there and stuff? Or like, so tiny. Yeah, I see what you mean. So stuff like this. You see stuff like this I wouldn't mind using, just as like an example. Or something like this I wouldn't mind using, because I can go in and like manually like repair it. Or even like something like this I wouldn't mind, because it'll give me the base. That's supposed to be filled in. But see, I also don't work in color, so every time I draw something, like, oh, here's a good example. So like if I draw something like this, it'll like turn it into black and white for me because I'm on a monochrome layer. So like, even with stuff like this, I'll go in manually and like I'll clean it up myself. So like stuff like this, I'll leave it as is, and then I can like go on top of it. And then like add in like my own lines and throw in here. But yeah, with color that makes more sense, yeah. I don't use color though. I almost never use color. The only time I use color is for like, or even like down in here, like I can go in and add in stuff like this to make it look more like I drew it. Yeah, I know how you feel. Yeah, a lot of the color ones I don't really use as color ever. I just throw them into the line art and then I just do all of that on my own. Have you tried like extracting line art? Like, did you know you can do that? Like, you can take any color brush and you can extract line art out of it, basically. I mean, it's not perfect, but like it's a really cool tool. Have you seen that? I'm not like trying to convey it to you. I'm just saying like this is an option. Yeah, so I'll actually show you like how good it is. So let me grab something that's like, yeah, it's like even for color brushes. So for example, let me grab the flower that was like really complex. Well, I'll just grab this one because this one's really complex. So I'll make this a color layer. So like here's a pretty complicated thing, right? Oh, that's too big. So like here's something that's like nice and complicated. right? So, like, if we zoom in, we can see, like, it's mostly just watercolor. So, actually, let me find something that's a little less watercolory. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so, like, I can go in here, and I can go to, extract line. And it'll, like, do, like, a rough draft, but what's really cool is you can control that. So, like, line width. And so, see, it's not perfect because this is this is more like a watercolor thing. Let me go all the way up here, and then I'll take the threshold, black fill down. Oh, here, I'll show you. Let me move this over here. Because I have it on the far end, so you can't see it. So, I'll just show you. I'll do it again. So, in your layer property panel, there's a one called extract line. You can click on that. And it'll give you the option for, like, black fill, line width. So, line width does exactly what it says it does. Black fill does exactly what it says it does. Yeah, extract line. It's right next to the border effect. You can also, like, have it, like, posterize it first. I usually don't do that. And then edge threshold, what that does is, the way that I remember it is it adds more white. Like, it takes, like, it pushes your edges in, right? So, like, if I push this all the way up, just to show you, like, the extreme, see how, like, there's a lot more white now? Versus if I take it all the way down. Like, now you can see where the edges are really cleanly. Now, if you wanted to, you could take this and, like, color it with, like, any, like, say you want to have, like, purple line art or something. Purple line art. Done. Yeah. Yeah, it's a super cool tool. And then when you're, like, say you want layers out of this, like, say you want to be able to use the layers yourself, just convert layer to lines and tones. If you click on this, it'll give you, like, a whole bunch of options, and it'll be, like, whatever you already have. So, like, whatever the settings are, like, just leave them alone. Don't change anything. Hit OK. It'll take a second, but now you can see there's a folder here. So you guys can actually see that folder. So now there's a folder here with the outline, and then any fills, which includes white. So now I have line art for this. It's really, like, loose and rough because of the brush that I chose. But it'll do a really good job. And this way now I have, like, just the line art, and it's completely transparent. So, really helpful tool. I love it. It's really perfect when, like, you want just, like, one part of a brush, like, you want just the line art, especially if you get a brush that has a fill to it, that's, like, black and white, but it has a fill. It's really good for, like, separating that out. The downside is the more, like, painterly the art style of the brush is, the harder you're gonna have to work to get it to, like, get just the line art versus, like, black fill. Like, you'll run into problems where, like, the black fill, like, it'll mistake, like, line art for black fill. Or vice versa. And then you just have, like, you can see here I have, like, just these, like, chunks of black everywhere. So, but yeah, it's really cool. And then what's nice is it preserves your original layer, so you don't lose it. At least that's what I tell it to do. So, really helpful tool. Yeah, that'd be my recommendation, to try that. Okay, cool, yeah, then it should be pretty easy. But yeah, try that and see if it helps. Like, once I learned that, like, everything in Clip became a lot easier as far as, like, getting it to look the way that I wanted. Now, do I use that tool a lot? Not necessarily. It's kind of, for me, it's like a last ditch thing, or like if I'm trying to save time on something. Like, you weren't here for this, but I could have done that for this particular panel, but I decided to, like, redraw it manually because I wanted to. But I just wanted to practice. of like the practice of drawing this particular character. I think I'm like happy with this for right now. I mean, can you change that? Like, can that be something that you slowly morph into? I don't see why you can't. It's your comic. Like, are people paying you to make it? I mean, basically all of my work is like that. Like, the deep inking look. Like, even on these pages, like, that's just what I do. Like, I don't know, it's what I've always done. But if that's something that you would rather do, like, you should feel empowered to do that. It's your comic. Like, would it be a big shift? Yeah, maybe you could, like, slowly work that way. That way to gradual change. Or you can, like, save that for your next project. Like, how much of your stuff do you have left? Oh. That's a good way to do it. That makes sense. Like, ultimately you need to make sure you're enjoying what you're doing. So as long as you're enjoying it, I guess that's fine. Like, don't do stuff if it makes you unhappy. The last thing you want is to make yourself miserable. Alright, we're gonna start doing some backgrounds, y'all. I'm gonna make this transparent, make this transparent. Make this like a 20 or something. Okay, there's something behind this that's making it. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta move Aros over there. Dang it. Technically the oh. What? What? It shouldn't have made a copy. Oh, there's two of them. Why are there two copies? Technically this perspective is incorrect, but I don't care. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to do it this way. Actually, it has to be its own layer. X, B. It has to be its own layer. Because I now have to come in here and clean this. Alright, they're round? I think they're supposed to be round, not squared. I think originally they were squared and I made them round. Smack him over, yeah. Alright, and then the little, like, knife or whatever will be sitting here. Oof. Alright. Look at this fucking background I have to draw. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I do. Oh, well, I guess we'll get started then. Yeah, I'm already at 4 hours for this panel, or for this page, but I've also been, like, goofing off a lot in my stream, so. I suspect it won't take me, like... I suspect this will be one of those 10-hour pages. So... Alright, let me just get really thin lines here, and I'll just draw these in. And then I'll just erase them as I need to. I'm not gonna manually draw these. I have patience, but not like that. Oh, I like doing backgrounds though. I prefer them over drawing characters. It's just a lot of work is all. I worked on some more of my scripts to my book, and it looks like it'll be at least 72 pages. Like the script is 72 pages, or like the comic itself. Oh, I didn't finish here. Go far enough. Okay, that's a pretty that's a good size graphic novel, or a good trade. Yeah, it's about trade size. It's a good trade. It's a lot of pages. That's actually about what I had done for Godsbane before I started over. It's a lot of work. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. Sometimes I get stuck in my head and I'm like, wait, is that perspective correct? I'm only gonna do 24 for my Kickstarter. I got about 120 pages gone so far for my current one too, but I'm like in my second year of it. I'm technically in my second year of Godsbane, but I started over, so I don't count now, I guess. Okay, alright, yeah, I don't feel so bad. Yeah, I'm doing a redraw too. I got a really great portfolio review from Viz and from a bunch of other people after I submitted it to Manga Plus. So I'm redoing it now, basically. Not for the purpose of resubmitting to Manga Plus, but I just feel like I can do like a better version now. I had too many characters that were being introduced into the first one, and I actually had, not complaints, but like, I kept hearing that feedback over and over and over again. And it reflected in my stats. Like, oh, like there's too many characters, it's overwhelming. And like my betas were starting to say the same things. So I was like, okay, well, you know what? I clearly could have done better on this. And I feel like that's something that's important enough to like have a really strong start that I was willing to like go back and redo it. Like, to me, if your start is really weak, it's worth redoing. I know people will be like, oh, well, don't like keep redoing it, you'll get stuck in the boot loop, and I'm like, yeah, well, if your readers can't get past your first chapter, then like you're losing like people that will like actually want to read it because it doesn't look good. You know, the last thing you want is something confusing for your readers. So I felt like that was something important enough that was worthy of a redo. So I did. Well, I'm doing that now. Yeah, I had a couple people that were like, oh my god, you're restarting again? I'm like, yeah, because I can't get the start right. Like, to me, that's really important. And, like, I know that they're just trying to, like, watch out for me and stuff, but it was a little frustrating to, like, hear people like, oh my god, again. I'm like, yes, again. Like, I'll do whatever I have to do to make it strong and make it a good start. If that's what I gotta do, that's what I gotta do. Like, I'm not like, I don't want to be like, I'm not like other girls, but I'm not like other people where I'm like afraid of that. Because like, yeah, I feel like it's really, yeah, because like basically the dog was little, blah, blah, yeah. I just had too many people. Like, I didn't have the exposition thing. I just had too many characters introduced in the first 50 pages. I had like 12 characters introduced. And like, I forgot that like, oh, I know these characters, but my readers didn't. And it was just too much for them. Too many names. And they're not like standard Western names either, so like it's a lot of work to remember them. So yeah, it was definitely stuff that I think was worth redoing. And if that's gonna make the difference for me, and it only sets me back like a couple months, like, cause it's 2 chapters, okay, I can redo 2 chapters. It's like, it's 32 pages. Maybe 34. Like, is that a lot of work? Yeah, that's 2 months worth of work. Easy peasy, 2 months worth of work. Maybe 3. That's fine. I'd rather, like, go back 3 months, or I'd rather set myself back 3 months, than, like, move forward and, like, permanently affect my readership in a negative way. When I could spend 3 more months when I started Godsbane 13 years ago. It's been 13 years. I can wait 3 more months. Like, but this will be the last one. Mark my words, this will be the last one. If it's not good, so be it. Whatever. I need to move on with my life. So I'm like, you know what? I got 3 more months in me. Like, I'm willing to try. Especially because, like, some of the feedback I got was from Viz. Like, you know, like, that's pretty cool. You know? And I feel like if they said the same thing that my readers were saying, then I should listen. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just kind of adding weight to the ground where these rocks are sitting. I want them to actually feel like they're sitting on the ground and not just floating there. So what I'm doing is I'm like making them interact with the ground below them. And then what I'll do later is I will add a thicker line art. My line art here is really thin. And I'll go around the edge of the rocks, like add some more weight to them. But right now I'm just defining shapes. Need to pay for critique? Hell no. That's what like servers and stuff are for. Okay. Alright, take it easy, Michael. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And you stayed around a really long time, so thank you. I'm gonna try to stream again tomorrow. So, because I need to make up for all the streams that I missed this week. Like, I've not been super great at making up my streams, and so, like, I'm working to be better at that. Because I want to be better, so... I didn't do that. I didn't hash that very well. Oof, I'm getting a little dizzy. I think it's just because I've just not been eating that much. I might just be staring at my screen too long. I've been streaming for about almost 5 hours now. That's pretty short compared to what I used to do. I used to have like 6-hour streams regularly. Doesn't mean that that was good for me, but that was what I used to do. Yeah, I used to be way more active on this channel, back when, back in like 2020, and it's not because I stayed home from the pandemic. I didn't get the luxury of staying home. Well, I'm not gonna call it a luxury, because for some people it wasn't a luxury. But, yeah, so like I was working on my channel, and I would, after I came home, I would just, I would eat really quick, and then I would draw the rest of the night. And I would, like, draw the entire time, basically. Yeah, I had a lot of friends that, like, started their YouTube channels and Twitch careers during the pandemic, and, especially if, like, they lived in states or countries where they got, like, a lot of financial support, which is, like, really cool, but, like, I wasn't one of those people. Not gonna lie, like, it was really frustrating to, like, see that. Because I didn't get that. But, like, I know it was hard for a lot of people to stay indoors all the time. For me, that wouldn't be an issue. I work from home, and so I'm literally home all the time, and I don't mind it at all. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Because I don't have a social life. I don't have IRL friends. I don't really care for that stuff. I'd rather just stay home and work, to be honest. Boomer wants me to be there to do stuff. Oh, yeah, that's fair. We're all remote. Every single one of us is remote. We all live in, like, different areas of the country. A couple of us don't even live in the States. As far as, like, global comics is concerned, a couple of us don't even live in the States. Most of us do, though. I mean, most of us are in, like, similar time, like, close time zones. But yeah. So, like, we all work from home. We're all completely remote. We're also a really tiny team. I think a lot of people are surprised when they, like, learn, like, how small our team really is. Most of us are Central or Eastern time zone. But some are in Europe. I think we have one person who's not in Europe. They're in a different continent. Yeah, people are really surprised when they find out we're such a small team. Like, they try to compare us to, like, Tapas and Webtoons, and why don't you do this and why don't you do that? And it's like, do you realize how small a team we actually are? Like, we're literally, like, barely a dozen people. Not even that. That's it. Like... Yeah, really, really small team. Like, we just work really hard and support each other. You know, help each other out, like, you know, if someone needs help with a specific task or whatever. Yeah, I'm a Manga Plus too. And that's the nice thing about, like, Global Comics is they're really supportive of, like, me and, like, my goals too, like, as a creator. They're really supportive with that. I was wondering what this was. I didn't think about this part. Alright, I'm gonna come back here. I wanted to take a break. So now I'm gonna come in, break these apart. And these don't really line up in any good way. So what I'm going to do to help break these up is make them uneven looking, because they're old, and they're, especially here in the center, they're going to be old, and they're going to be worn, and they're going to be imperfect. See, let me put in all the perfectness, and then I'll just edit the imperfectness. Oh, you know what? He was higher up the steps. Let me move him, because he was higher up. Let's see, how high up was he in the page before? He was up at least a dozen, about 10 steps. So I need to move him up. So I'm gonna save this page. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like put in the perfectness and then like rough it up with some hatching and stuff. But I gotta put him up because I did move a couple things around, so. My babs. What is it, Miso? Can you give me 15 more minutes? So I can hit 5 hours? Thank you all for all the likes and support. I appreciate it. Miso, honey. You're not coming into my lap, baby. You can sit right there. Oh, that's funny. Like little like Easter eggs and stuff for your readers to find. That's cute. I never even thought about drawing stuff like that. Yeah, that's Miso. I'll show you my cat. I have like a special like scene just for her. So this is my cat Miso. She's very squeaky. She chirps a lot. Miso, Miso. It's my cat Miso. She's very loving, people-oriented. Yeah, kind of. She's a mix between a ragdoll, an American curl, and a long hair. So, at least that's what they think she's mixed from. She doesn't quite have like the ragdoll personality, but she definitely doesn't mind being picked up at all. She has like the ear curls, and she does like the more of a trill and a chirp than like an actual meow. So. Yeah, occasionally you'll hear her go like, "Brr." And that's Miso. She's very she loves people. She loves being pet. She loves being like, I don't want to say hugged. Well, she'll let me hug her. Right, Miso? Yeah, you'll let me hug you. Yeah, these stairs aren't going to be perfect, because if they're too perfect, they'll look weird. A black, a calico, and a ragdoll. Oh my gosh, you have an actual ragdoll. It's amazing. I love how these are like completely imperfect stairs. Just kind of like chaotic splits. Like there's some patterns, but I don't want them to be perfect. Otherwise it just looks weird. Wabi sabi, yeah. Basically. I think Miso's trying to tell me it's bedtime. Like, maybe stones break or crack and then they replace them. You know what I mean? Like, make them look lived on. Like, and these are ancient stairs. Like, these are really old. So, like, they're not gonna be perfect. Alright, so now I'm gonna go in. I'm actually gonna take a mask. I'm gonna erase some of these and then manually, like, repair it. So basically I'll come in here with, like, one of these and, like, basically, like, rip it apart. Like, purposely break it apart. Really? Yeah. I think it's because, like, I've always drawn environments. Like, I hate drawing people. I hate drawing characters. Like, it's actually really stressful for me. So, like, I guess that's just something I've always drawn more of. Is, like, backgrounds and stuff. So for me, it comes a lot more easily. Alright, so that's my base. Oops, sorry, miso. You'd be surprised how many people, like, don't think about those things. It's really... I mean, I guess you wouldn't be surprised because you already know. But, like, you don't... I don't know, you don't see a lot of people really think about those kinds of things. Because they're so, like... I find that most people don't pay attention to the spaces around them. They just exist in those spaces. And if they would, like, stop to, like, actually look at things and feel the things around them. Like, put your hand on the frickin' sidewalk and touch it. What does it feel like? What do stairs feel like? Like, go and explore things. Like, take photos and be really tactile with things. And, like, learn, like, what your environments actually feel like. That way when you're drawing them later, you can replicate that feeling. Because you know what it's like. And if you can't find something like that, find something as close as you can. Or, like, find videos of those things. So, like, using the stairs as an example, like, find an example of someone making stone stairs. That way, like, you can see how they, like, see how they're built, see how they work. Like, you can see the texture and what they're made from. But it doesn't matter if people don't, like, that's the thing, though, it doesn't matter. The thing is like, it makes the world look lived in. Yeah, exactly. Like, it makes the world look lived in, and that's my biggest, like, complaint about, like, comics in general, is the worlds are hollow. Like, there are so many comics, especially webcomics that I read, they're white voids. They're boring. Like, I will stop reading if I don't feel like there's enough world. I will stop reading. Even if the story is cool, even if the characters are cool, even if the plot is cool, even if the art's, like, gorgeous, I will stop reading if the backgrounds are lackluster. Like, because I want to be immersed in a world, I don't just want to see characters doing shit. You know what I mean? So, like, for me, that's a deal breaker if people don't think about those things. Because, like, I care about those details when, like... Sorry, I have to leave my mouth open when I'm coughing. I'm really sorry. Because of the tooth thing, I have to fucking leave my mouth open, and I hate it. I hate the sound it makes. Yeah, that's not gonna stop me from adding those things to my comic, though. Like, F those guys. Like, they're missing out, and that's their problem, not mine. Oh my god, stop with the white. Work extra hard to get that selected. I mean, there's a really, like, famous assistant that, like, I hang out with occasionally, like, in his streams. I haven't hung out with him in a really long time. But, like, he felt sad because, like, I mean, he mostly does backgrounds. He's like, no one will ever draw fan art of the backgrounds that I make. And I'm like, I had to think about that for a minute because he's kind of right. Like, backgrounds and environments don't really get fan art that much. And when they do, it's not really fan art. It's more like they're drawing the character, and so they have to draw the background too. And it just makes me think about like how much people don't appreciate environments and stuff. Yeah. Like, I would definitely draw like environments like that I love just because I like them. Like, I would definitely do that. But yeah. Yeah, like that's not something that you see. Because people don't appreciate this type of artwork that much, really. I mean, Bob Ross got fan art with people like drawing his background, like drawing environments, you know, but like, how much do people really care about landscape art? Not that much. It doesn't mean that I'm not gonna do it. You know, like, I'm gonna draw this. Like, I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna put in the time. Is it worth it? Maybe not. But it'll make, you know, me happy, and I can learn and practice by doing it. So. Oh, I hate painting. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, not even Bob Ross can get me to paint. Not even Bob Ross. Like, not even landscapes can get me to paint. Nope. Just don't like painting. I don't like the texture of it. It's a texture thing. That's why I don't use color. I mean, I don't have to, like, paint to use color. But color stresses me out. Oh my gosh. Color stresses me out so much. It's not that I suck at color. I can color. I know how to color. I'll show you. Like, I'm not saying that you're saying that, but like, people will tell me, oh, you just don't know how to color. I know how to color. I'm good at coloring. I just don't like to. Let's see, desktop. Oh yeah, I'm just saying that people tell me that. People tell me that, like, oh yeah, you just don't know how to color. I'm like, bish. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you're trying to tell me that I don't know how to color. Like, oh, you don't use it that much. Like, how would you know how to color? And I'm like, bro, I literally had to do homework with color in it. Like, people want to look at this and tell me I don't know how to use color. Right? Like, damn. Like, is this the best? No, it's not the best. Is it pretty damn good? I think so. Like, it's not the best version of this picture. I have another one somewhere that's better. But, like, I know how to use color. I just don't like to. Yeah. It's a screenshot, so it's not, like, a very good version of it. But, yeah. Like, I can color. Do I like to? No. But I can. Thank you. Yeah, you get really weird comments from people that think like, oh, like you're just really sucky at it. I'm like, no. I mean, I don't look at people and say, oh, you just hate drawing comics because, like, you suck at comics. Like, I would never say that to somebody. I just say, well, you just haven't found the techniques for you yet. Like, either that or, okay, it's not the medium for you. Like, especially with black and white manga. Like, a lot of people don't like working on black and white. I perfectly understand why. It can be stressful, especially when you don't have, like, the colors to express yourself. And for some people, black and white art doesn't feel very lively, so, like, I understand. But, like, don't go insulting black and white and say that it's boring or lifeless. When it's not boring or lifeless, you just either, one, lack effing imagination, or two, you just suck at using it, so you hate it. Like, when I turn it around, it sounds absolutely ridiculous, doesn't it? So, like, I wouldn't say that to anyone else. So, like, I wouldn't actually say that. I was just making a point. Oh, thanks, Gabby. Yeah, I like doing color, like, every once in a while, but not, like, consistently. It stresses me out too much. I think part of it is the fear of, like, the paralyzing of choice. Like, I have the choice to do what I want, and that stresses me out. Like, there's too many options that I like, and so I just, like, I get paralyzed, like, not being able to make a choice. So it's one reason also why I just like working in black and white, is it limits my options. But also, I just prefer the look. Maybe it's because I grew up reading manga. Like, maybe that's why. I don't know why that is, but it is what it is. Like, I literally have black or white. And grays if you count tones. That's it. But to me, that's a lot easier to manage. Like, imagine if I had to do all the, like, coloring for the staircase. Imagine that. Oh my gosh. With all the shadows that are in it. Oof. Like, there are gonna be shadows on this, so, like... Oh, dude, that's one reason why I left Tapas. Do you guys remember when, Tapas originally launched their, like, originals program? And back then, if I remember correctly, they said it had to be in color. If I remember correctly. Like, it had to be in color for it to be, considered. And this was like, oh my gosh, this was like 2016, 2017, maybe 2018. So, like, mid to late, like, 2010s. If I remember correctly. Yeah, it's still pretty late there. I mean, you're, what, 2 hours behind me? So it's like 3 a.m. over there. No, sorry. It's midnight over there. Make sure I brush my teeth before I go to bed. I'm not sure how well I can brush my teeth with the extraction, but I'll do the best I can. I might have to get the finger brush out so I can control it better. And break out the fluoride toothpaste, because I can't spit, so I might have to just swallow it, which would really suck. I don't like the taste of that toothpaste. I have like a special like child's toothpaste for exactly this reason. Because I'm not allowed to spit right now. So I'm not allowed to rinse like vigorously. Yeah. I had some like a smoothie earlier, so I really Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Oh, you know what? I could use my water pick. Just really carefully. Put it on like the low, like a low setting and like gently rinse my teeth out. I could just use my water pick. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Cause I gotta brush my teeth. Like, they're like, just don't brush your teeth over there. Like, leave it alone. I'm like, but they feel gross. Like, I flossed and stuff as best I could. Like, even that's really hard, because, like, I gotta, like, avoid, like, bumping it. It's actually starting to hurt right now. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I had some yogurt earlier. Had some Greek yogurt mixed in with the smoothie and stuff. Because right now I'm on antibiotics, and every time, yeah, exactly, that's why, because of the probiotics. Every time I go on antibiotics, it destroys my digestive tract, because I already have like a weak digestive tract with the celiac, so like my digestive tract is already crap. So like, I need to be taking a probiotic, and I take a prebiotic too when I go on antibiotics, because I will like destroy my stomach if I don't take them. That's actually what triggered my celiac in the first place, because when I was in 2013, the problem is I'm lactose intolerant as well. So like, I always have to take a lactate pill, and then I can have Greek yogurt. So like, I'm taking so many pills right now, it just sucks. I'm on so many pills and medications, and I'm like so tired of all that nonsense. Yeah, I can't have, let's see, I have a whole list of foods that I can't eat. I can't have, obviously there's the gluten, so wheat, rye, oats, and barley, can't have that. I can't have nightshades, which is tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes. Also goji berries and ashwagandha and a few other weird, like, oh, and any spices made from any of those things. So like chili flakes, can't have those. Like Mexican and Korean food, just a lot of Chinese food, just can't eat. It's too spicy for me. It'll literally ruin my stomach. So like, I can't have anything of those. I also, you know, there's the lactose intolerance, and then I'm also fructose. There's like fructose or fructan intolerant. I forget which F it is. Also can't have those either. So things like apples, mangoes, like fruits and veggies that are really high in like that specific type of sugar really mess me up. Avocados too. Well, they have a different sugar in them though, but avocados tend to mess me up as well. So like, can't have freaking anything. Oh, so you do like the EIP, like autoimmune protocol or whatever? Is that what you do? That's what I should be doing. That's what my doctor wants me to do. I'm like, sir, do you realize how much I am already giving up with everything else? And like the immune protocol, like, it really isn't that bad. But like, you add everything else on top of it, like on like with the fructan, the FODMAP issues, the celiac, like you add everything else, and my food pool is so limited that it's just freaking like just F living then. So like, I'll still indulge in nightshades every once in a while, Usually peppers. Like a bell pepper. I'll have a bell pepper every once in a while. Or, cheese. Like, I can have some forms of dairy and not have an issue. Like a cheese stick. I can have, like, block cheese and I'm okay. Not sure what the issue is there, but I can have, like, block cheese and I'm typically okay. Oh my gosh, ghost pepper. Oh wow. You're not supposed to have nightshades. That's like the worst possible nightshades you can eat. Do you... Yeah, goat cheese. Yeah, I can have goat cheese. Goat cheese is mostly okay. I'm getting adjusted to it. The other thing I have to be really careful with is legumes. So like soy, any beans, natto, which is actually natto is fine because it's fermented. So like tofu, natto, and I forget what the other one is. Like those are fine. So like natto is really like the only way that I really get like my beans in. And tofu. I love tofu. Oh my gosh, I love tofu. I don't really enjoy spicy food that much. It's like, I don't miss it. I don't miss spicy food. That one I'm okay with losing. What I'm not okay with losing is, tomatoes. I love tomatoes. Put that shit on everything. Like, I love tomatoes. I put that shit on everything. What an exhilarating last couple minutes. Just drawing stairs. Lord help me. Getting kind of crazy over here, guys, with me drawing stairs. Might need to hold me back. Okay, well. I'm not sure how I feel about that bamboo pole going down to the corner. I'm not too happy about that. Anyway, I'm going to stop for the night. I'm getting really sleepy. I'm having trouble kind of focus. Look how nice those look. Damn. Go me. Miso is all curled up with me on the desk. I need to go brush my teeth. Because like, I'm starting to feel really gross. And what I'll do is I will stream again tomorrow. You can defeat these steps because they have step friends. That's funny. Yeah, they'll look alright. The big thing is going to be cleaning up this bamboo here because it doesn't have any like raki, so like the stems or whatever. So I need to go in and clean up that. So basically tomorrow I'll be focusing on probably this panel, or I might come in and start working on these. Like my goal tomorrow is to try to get these 2 pages done. Here, I'll show you guys the pages here. My goal is to get these done. So that'll be my goal for tomorrow, is to try to get these pages done. I'm not sure what time I'll stream tomorrow. It'll kind of depend on like when I get up, because it is 3 a.m. here basically, and I'm gonna need like at least another 30 minutes to go very carefully and slowly go brush my teeth. And get settled in and passed out for the night. I probably should take pain medicine again. So it's been about 6 hours since I took my pain meds, because I took them about 8 o'clock. Nah, it's all good. Honestly, I was fine with it because I got to make up a stream. I've had a almost 5.5 hour stream, so it's been a good stream. So this makes up for 2 streams, basically, hour-wise. And then I have 2 other streams I have to make up for. I only had 1 stream this week instead of 4. I mean, I only had 1 oh, the other thing is I'm preparing, I have to change my schedule tomorrow. For those of you who may be watching and skip to the end, I start my Japanese class on Monday, and the class will go through, I believe, December 9th, I think. Yeah, December 9th will be the last day. I'm taking a Japanese level 2 course, so I'll be very busy for that. I was actually bumped up to the class. I was intending to take level 1, and they believe I'm good enough for level 2, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Originally the class was gonna be on Wednesdays, but the new class is on Monday, so that'll be really fun. So Monday nights I will not be streaming because the class ends at 8. It's a 30-minute drive home, and I'm gonna want to get my homework done. So Monday nights will be just for Japanese, so I can get it, because I will have, it's a typical class, I'm gonna have homework and stuff. So Monday night I'm gonna work on that. Maybe I'll do like a what's chat or what, like a just chatting, maybe, if I have the energy. I don't think I will, especially this time considering I'm still recovering from getting my tooth yeeted. So, I'll definitely make a community post about that. I totally forgot to do that today. So I'll definitely make a community post about that tomorrow. And just let everybody, and I'll change my banner. That way people know that I won't be attending Monday night streams. Yeah, basically, Demon Tooth. Oh, I don't know. I might create like a Saturday stream, or I might just stream longer on Friday to make up for it. I don't know. I'll figure out what I want to do, but it's only for 2 months, so maybe I'll just like let it go. And just accept the fact that I'm gonna have like only 4 streams a week because of my Japanese class starting on Monday. So either way, I'll keep you guys updated. I'll just also keep you guys updated with like the tooth and stuff, because like I'm in a really vulnerable place for the next 2 weeks, making sure that like it doesn't get infected and stuff. And you know, I should be okay other than that. Unfortunately, on the 17th, I will be getting another tooth pulled, in the same way. So I get to do it again on the 17th. And it's the same tooth on the other side. R.I.P. Oh no, sorry, on the other side on the bottom, because I have the 2 on the top already pulled, and then I have to do the one on the bottom. That'll be really fun. The bottom one I have to be extra careful with, because that one will be prone to dry socket, because it's on the bottom. So I'll have to be really careful. Yeah, so I have 1 more tooth that needs to be pulled. But it's a bottom tooth, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, celiac, man, just ruins your teeth. It's awful. Like, I took, like, my hygienist, when she was cleaning my teeth, she was really impressed. She was like, how long has it been since you've had a cleaning? I'm like, it's been 6 years. Almost 7. And she's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I just tried my best to, like, take really good care of them, because I didn't have insurance. Like, I literally didn't, like, I couldn't go to the dentist, because, like, just a cleaning is, like, $200. And when you have, like, $300 in student loans, and, like, it's hard to get, you know, like, an extra $200 to, like, go get your teeth cleaned. And I don't know, and I know $200 over 6 months isn't a big deal, but, like, I didn't have insurance. And, like, if I have to choose between paying my bills and, like, paying for my cat's vet visits or whatever, like, I'm gonna choose her over me, like, at any time. Yeah, it's too much money. Like, just the extraction, like, just the one extraction was, like, $300. And I have crazy good dental insurance. Like, yeah, like, even, like, major surgeries, I only have to pay, like, major, like, so an extraction is considered major, I only have to pay half. And that's really good. That's really, really good. Like, my regular insurance is amazing. I only pay 20%. Like, and, like, my out-of-pocket maximum for my dentist is $3,000 a year. Or, no, sorry, that's the max that they'll cover. That you can get a lot of work done with $3,000. So, like, oh my goodness, wow. Yeah, like, that's why I'm like, my insurance is really, really good, so, like, I'm gonna get all my dental work now. I've not even maxed out my dental care this year, like, but I've had, like, 2 fillings done, cleaning, multiple sets of x-rays, Like one, I've already had 2 extractions. I'm gonna have another one. So like, it'll all be covered by insurance. Like I'm not even close to hitting my limit yet, and it resets I think on the 1st of December. So yeah, like I'm freaking spoiled. I've never had insurance this good before. So really, really thankful for like my job to like give me really good dental care. So I've never had dental care. I've never had insurance or dental this good, like ever. So I'm really, really lucky. Anyway, so sorry I rambled a little bit. I'm going to get going. Thank you all again. I really appreciate it. I'll keep you guys updated with the situation. If things for some bizarre reason turn south with my mouth, like if should the worst happen, I don't think it will. I've had so many teeth pulled in my life. Like I've already had 8. This is my 8th tooth that I've had pulled. I'm really good at taking care of them. I've had this happen so many times before, so I'm really confident that I won't have an issue. You know, plus I literally just got my teeth cleaned like a week ago. So my teeth are really clean. You know, and I take good care of them and stuff. So I'll see you guys next time. Thank you all so much for coming. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. If not, I will see you guys on Tuesday, because remember, I am not going to be streaming on Mondays again. So I will see you guys on either tomorrow or Tuesday. Have a good night. Ciao!